Huge breaking news. The United Nations just admitted something Israel has been saying for years. A senior UN official says that armed Hamas forces interfered with humanitarian aid distribution in Gaza, intimidated aid workers, and made it harder to get food and supplies to the civilians. Think about that. For months, people claimed Israel was lying when it said Hamas was interfering with aid. No matter how much evidence, no matter what Israel said, statistics from the UN itself of 80-90% of their trucks being looted, people kept the narrative against Israel. Now a senior UN official is publicly acknowledging it, and it means
Yes, thank you. I like how my audio settings are just randomly fucking changed for no reason. That's nice. Literally manually put everything in, and then it just changes. Yeah, so they don't care. None of these people who are, you know, fucking Hamas supporters and Israel haters, none of them care. This changes nothing. You will hear the same stupid fucking bullshit from them because they literally don't care. They are knowingly and willingly lying about fucking everything.
one of the biggest narratives of this war just took a major hit. And by the way, this circle happens every single time that Israel's at war with Hamas. Do you guys remember Kasled? When Hamas came out and said, we only lost 48 of our combatants and 95+% were civilians. Israel does a post-war investigation, and of course by this time, the lie had already spread around the world. Same exact story, different day. And they said that they killed 709 Hamas members. And of course, the world was like, Israel's lying, of course. Then almost 2 years after the war had ended, Hamas comes out. And by the way, this is from Haaretz, not exactly pro-Israel. Hamas comes out and says, actually, we lost somewhere between 600 to 700 Hamas fighters, which is what Israel said. This is what they do. They lie. The world backs them up, including the...
Yeah, dude, the UN is just, like, such a fucking trash pussy retard organization.
United Nations. This happens every time. Hamas will lie. International committees like the United Nations and others and people around the world will back them up. Israel will say, dude, they're a terrorist organization, they're lying. And then the world will say, no, we don't believe you, Israel. And then after the war ends and people kind of move on or have already made up their minds, the truth comes out. It happens every single time.
Well, again, you can literally show these people the facts and they still don't care. They will never care. Look, some people just need a fucking beating. That's it. These people just literally need their asses kicked. If you can't resolve things with facts, evidence, and reason, there's only one other fucking option.
And Spec King of Hamas VG.
Let me take a look.
So what you're looking at there is U.S. Central Command confirmed the use of unmanned surface vessels or sea drones against Iranian targets for the first time since the war with Iran began, striking a submarine and a ship maintenance facility as the U.S. tries to take control of the strait one more time. So Yasmin's got more details for us and facts for us.
And they're going to complain about this.
So what's happening here? And then we're going to discuss, is this it? Are we going in for a third factions segment part of this disastrous Iran war? And could this...
Disastrous. Like Iran is just getting clapped. That's all that's happening. The IRGC are just getting wiped out, blown up. They literally don't have a fucking military anymore. No fucking they no longer have any fucking aircraft. They don't have any.
At least you're.
They don't have a navy. Most of their launchers appear to be fucking destroyed, so like they have no control of their fucking airspace. The US can literally just jizz on them at will. disastrous. The U.S. keeps losing. This is like if some big fucking black guy like just breaks into your fucking house and like just keeps coming and fucking your wife, and then like he leaves, and then you're like, I won. Like, okay.
This be larger than any of the other ones combined. So yes, tell us about it.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't clear enough last week, the U.S. has officially re-engaged in conflicts with Iran right now, but this time they are focusing specifically on the status of the Strait of Hormuz, and it gets a little bit complicated and confusing. So on Saturday, it was
not really. So yeah, their plan right now is to secure the strait, but they're also just trying to create more instability in Iran to hopefully overthrow the IRGC. It seems like they learned their lesson that the IRGC just can't be reasoned with. They're like completely crazy, wacko, radical Muslims, and I don't think they understood the extent to which that's true. So they've been bombing police stations. So they're trying to incite another round of riots to hopefully, again, create a revolution and stop the IRGC and police from mowing down protesters and shit. And it looks like maybe Kurdish fighters will actually go into Iran, maybe, hopefully, but who knows?
reported that a Cyprus-flagged container ship was struck by the IRGC as it traveled through the strait, and 23 crew members were stranded and one was missing there.
What? VG has a girlfriend, not a new wife. He has already stated he will never get married again. Can these people get that through their heads?
I don't know why anybody fucking cares. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The IRGC said in a statement carried by the state broadcaster IRIB that same day that its forces had struck the vessel because it had switched off its tracking systems and endangered maritime security. It claimed that it had fired a warning shot at the vessel, but that it did not change course. So the IRGC then announced that the Strait of Hormuz was once again closed to maritime traffic. And of course, the US was not very happy about all of this. And this is what reignited a lot of the fight.
This is like the dumbest. Like you can literally find like dumb bitch fucking white college chicks who will just blurt the same stupid shit on TikTok. And that's what the Young Turks is. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Video unavailable. New York imposing country's first statewide moratorium on data centers. Great. Yeah, but they want to let all the criminals out of Rikers Island. But yeah, the data centers, oh boy. Dude, it's like you and Destiny. Let me see.
If you could have dinner with Elon Musk now, would you do it?
I don't think it would go well. No, I don't think.
Come on.
No, I mean,
try. Isn't it better to be in there and be in the arena?
Well, no, because it's.
You have a relationship.
Again, this is a bit of a toss-up, but I just think he has behaved like such a sociopath with respect to my relationship with him. That it's just. I've tried. I've had private communication with him. Has not gone well.
Just like me and Trump.
Right.
Okay, but like, the thing about Trump, he said it once. He said, people don't get about me is I have no permanent enemies. And it's kind of true.
Yeah, well, he's interesting that way.
When you think about it.
If you bend the knee, he will accept
or
it.
He just forgets.
Yeah, I think to some extent he does just forget.
Or some, I mean, I don't know if Corey Lewandowski, maybe he did. Maybe they all did. They probably did in some way. I'm not going to.
Well, Elon called him basically said he was implicated in Epstein's pedophile sex ring and was going to bring down his presidency. And then he still came back and had dinner with him. Yeah.
Okay.
That's like the sociopathy lane. I mean, these guys are not normal ethical actors.
Okay.
Because these are.
No, they're not. No, they're not. And that's the reality of what we have to work with.
Right.
So, as a member of the human.
Are you excited about the new Fallout game being worked on? It's not being developed by Bethesda, right? Is it the same team that made New Vegas? If that's the case, then yeah. If it's being made by Bethesda, then absolutely not. It's just going to be a buggy, retarded, fucked up mess.
Human race who would like to see it succeed.
Yeah, I know there's a ton of Frank Tufano stuff. He's been tard maxing recently.
If I got a vote, I would say, yes, get Sam in there with Elon Musk. That is somebody, Elon Musk, he may hate you, he may have said horrible things, he still respects you. You have a history with him?
I mean,
I think he does a great
I don't think
deal.
he's reachable. I just don't think, I mean, something would have to change in him for him to be reachable by me now.
How would you know if you didn't try?
I don't know, the guy's calling me pure evil on X. I've been off X for 3 years, and they'll still tweet that I'm pure evil.
One's right up on the wall. I can read you.
Elon Musk is a lot like Trump, where if you just do very minor things to like prove him wrong or disagree with him, he like takes it as like this insane personal attack and just tries to ruin you.
That's what they do. They just lash out, and then that's just it. You're paying too much attention to that.
Well, I'm not. I just occasionally.
Yeah, I don't think Elon Musk is a sociopath. He's probably just a narcissist.
Hear that this has happened. It's amazing how much. If once you're off social media, it's amazing how.
Yeah, being off social media would be great. Oh my God, that's a cat. Oh, look at that. Wow. Such a big chumbush. It's a nice grass chumbush. Chumbushes like grass. That's nice. Man says he was voluntarily paying his child's mother $300 a week, but after asking for just 2 months to get back on his feet financially, she filed for child support, and the court ultimately ordered him to pay only $13 a month. Women are so fucking stupid. Like, no shit. That's hilarious. Dude, and $300 a week is a lot of fucking money. That's a ridiculous amount of money. Like, bro, like everyone knows how much $300 a week is, but like, I mean, holy fuck. The amount of growth hormone I could buy for $300 a week would be fucking insane. I've got a source now where it's only $1 per IU. So I could get, fucking what, 3, 6, 9, 1,200 IUs of growth hormone a month for that price? Like, holy fucking shit. Like that's a used car every few months. But, and then, like, just 2 months. Just asking for 2 months. Where, like, he was still going to give her money. Just, like, can only afford $150 a week. And then she does this. Okay, here's your $13.49, you stupid bitch. So this chick just didn't want to work. She was using, like, look at this. Like, the fucking watch and the phone and everything. And the nice clothes. So, yeah, she was just spending all this money on herself, not the fucking kid. And then she's like this entire Shaniqua. Is this fucking AI? Shaniqua? Really? Like, is this real? I'm wondering if this is fucking AI. Yeah, so that's fucking hilarious.
500 DMT is probably the most potent, bizarre, and profound psychedelic out there.
Within seconds, you have an altered state of consciousness. It feels...
Can't race to commercialize. Can't you just literally order this online as a research chemical? I know you can do that in Canada. That fucking dumbass retard, Vegetable Police was telling me about it. He orders it online. It's a research chemical, so it's not even regulated in Canada. You can just buy it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
My bad, but at least your new girlfriend doesn't look like a man.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It's like your ego disappears.
We'll watch that. Actually, we'll watch that now. Young Turks are
From all the different psychedelics, I think 5-MeO is the most promising because it helps people address deep-seated issues like depression, anxiety.
This is above and beyond more.
You know, I'd really like there to be more research into psychedelics, like for the only reason being just safety assessment. Because like there are some really weird fucked up side effects that people get from psychedelics. Like even marijuana, there is an association with marijuana and schizophrenia. So there seems to be like some genetic component where there's people who have some gene that triggers schizophrenia if they smoke weed, especially like frequently in high doses. Same thing happens with every psychedelic though. Magic mushrooms can trigger it, LSD can trigger it, DMT can trigger it, ayahuasca can trigger it. But like there's no actual research showing the rate and prevalence. Like just anecdotally, I've mentioned before that ayahuasca, I've seen way more fucking people, like anecdotally, go fucking nuts from taking ayahuasca. Like it happened to Liver King, happened to Connor Murphy. I think a few other YouTubers that's happened to. I've known at least one person who's went nuts from ayahuasca. I've known one person who went nuts from mushrooms, but I've seen way more people go nuts from ayahuasca.
And yet feminists still insist that women are the smarter sex.
Well, if they were smarter, then they wouldn't need child support, right? Because they could earn more fucking money and with their big, superior women brains be totally independent and not need to get money from a man, but go figure. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donate till Mom Donnie wins. Thick ass bike. Lane, single lane roads, most, this is the New York that the people wanted, what they, beautiful. Bike lanes are fine. Weren't some of these projects already, like, happening where they were making more bike lanes, though? Oh, kitty. Oh, Kekakash. No, leave the squirrel alone. Squirrels are friends. Squirrels are friends. That's good. He's leaving the squirrel alone. Just looking at the squirrel. That's dig. Digging's good. That's a good cat.
Between here and there is a bunch of Algerians and Moroccans or whoever who think that queer people should be beaten. I think that this system where you have people just living out here that are unhappy is not good.
Yeah. And do you think it's safe here?
No, I don't think it's safe.
Oh, it's scary. It's legitimately scary. I decided that my mental health is degrading so substantially being here that I just need to get out, and the situation that I have in the US as a trans person, not good, right? But here, I will be hurt or killed.
So where was this filmed? Is this Europe? Yeah, I'm seeing like European signs. Tear, ambush, something. Is this like Sweden or something? Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, all these fucking lefties want to bring in all the Muslims, and then, oh, guess what fucking happens? They attack trans and gay people. Yeah, like they're not even asylum seekers. Like these are just the like fucking scumbag degenerate retards that just want to take advantage of the welfare systems in these countries, and they don't fucking work.
Kathy Hochul.
And they just freeload, and then they just commit crime.
Is issuing an executive order enacting the nation's first statewide moratorium on data centers. The order pauses construction
Good. Make your state more fucking poor.
of the largest data centers for 1 year while the state comes up with a regulatory framework. Governor Hochul joins me now live with more. Good to see you, Governor. You know, earlier this year, you referred to a massive data center proposal in Western New York as a local decision. So why issue this executive order now?
What has happened
Votes. Nothing but votes.
is the scale of projects. These companies have decided that they would sort of flood the zone. All over America, they're putting in more and more applications, taxing local.
So first of all, they're not refugees. 99.99% of these people are not refugees. You'll notice that they are literally, they fit the same fucking like archetype. Like these are young fighting age military males. So like they're men in like their late teens to mid 20s.
Are you taking Tren? If yes, what are your doses and did you have any side effects, night sweats, rage, roid rage, etc.?
I am taking Tren. I'm taking 14 milligrams a day, which works out to 98 milligrams per week, or it's basically 100. It doesn't really matter. So it's like 100 a week. And it's Tren and Enthate. Most people take Tren acetate for whatever fucking reason. I'm not entirely sure why, but there's like this idea that it's stronger. It's not. It's just a faster acting ester. That's it. So I think people like get immediate, like it builds up in your system faster. So I think people feel it and get more side effects, and then they assume it's stronger, but it's not. Like it's not any more anabolic or anything. So I'm taking Tren and Enthate. You just have more stable levels, and you don't have these massive hormonal fluctuations. And generally speaking, with longer acting esters, you get less side effects. And two, like longer acting esters appear to be more anabolic in general. So like if you compare test propionate to test and Enthate, test propionate is significantly less anabolic than test and Enthate. Not exactly sure why, but that just is the case. So that's why I went with test and Enthate. And I don't know if you can call them side effects because like they're all benefits. My mood's improved. I'm happier, nicer, more talkative with people. Like generally speaking, my normal baseline is I avoid everyone. I don't try to talk to anybody. If I go to a store or gas station or something, I just get in, get out. Hello, goodbye. Like I just don't want to interact with people. Since I've been on Tren, I've just been in a better mood and just enjoyed having small talk and meeting people more. Like it's a very clear beneficial personality change. And I've also been sleeping better. It's actually measurably helped my sleep. I can practically sleep on command at this point. Yeah, so I tolerate Tren extraordinarily well. And it very noticeably has increased my strength, muscle mass, and I do think just immediately from taking it, like I just look kind of denser and harder. So yeah. No night sweats, no rage. And I have like a more locked in, motivated kind of feeling. Like when I wake up, I'm like, let's fucking do this shit. But yeah, no rage or anger, just like happiness, motivation, and better sleep. Thanks for the donation, though, HZ Fitness. Appreciate it.
Oh boy, I can't wait for you to react to my stupid shit.
All right, let me see. Is this golf or something? Yeah, it's golf.
Recite the entire English alphabet in a slow, non-rhythmic manner, meaning you're not going to sing it, okay? Okay, what were the instructions?
Not to sing the national anthem backwards.
Oh my god, like, how the fuck was he even staying on the road? Recite the alphabet. What did I just say? Don't sing the national anthem backwards. Oh my god, dude. You know, like, for somebody with so much money, you'd think they'd have enough resources to, like, help themselves, but they just don't do it. Like, it's a pretty consistent pattern where you see people with, like, personal issues that get money, they just, like, end up destroying themselves, like fucking Howard Hughes with the, where he, like, locked himself in a hotel room not eating anything and had the piss force field. Like, it's like, they can't be happy. And you'd think with their money, like, you know, they'd hire the best psychiatrist and support team and everything, but no, like, let's just get fucking drunk and do drugs and fuck my life up.
Oh, this is a great looking shot at the distance.
Yeah, he's the GOAT. You know, it's kind of a shame too. Like, alcohol is so fucking normalized in society. Like, like, as soon as, especially dudes, as soon as they have, like, depression and shit, like, they just start drinking. Like, imagine if, like, steroids were a normal fucking thing and, like, we weren't being constantly lied to that steroids will kill you, they'll turn you into a raging fucking lunatic and shit. Like, if Tiger Woods would just take steroids, he'd have less depression, anxiety, like, you know, he could get, like, fucking locked in emotionally, deal with his problems better, and he'd be physically stronger, fitter, healthier. And then, like, even if you're going to make the argument that steroids, even in, like, low, moderate doses, have, like, some dangers, that is far, far fucking safer than alcohol, like, by just a billion fucking miles. So, like, dudes, if you have fucking problems as a dude, just go on fucking testosterone. Like, stay away from fucking alcohol. Go on fucking testosterone and, like, just start lifting. And let me see this other one.
Carts are on the cart path today. It's on the sign in the first
Oh,
box.
my bad.
They didn't tell you it's pro shop?
I probably just wasn't listening, my bad. I had my music on.
Carts are on the cart paths today.
All right.
Okay. Cart path. Thanks for the donation, Kenny. 21st $20. How come you don't look any bigger since going on tren? Pretty sure I do. I am dieting, so my weight hasn't changed much, but my body composition's changing. So, like, I'm getting leaner, but my weight has been pretty much the same. It's gone up a little bit over the last like week. I started off at 220. Last weigh-in I was 224. But I'm getting leaner, and if the scale isn't, like, dropping, like, every week, that's just a clear indication you're building muscle basically as fast, if not faster, than you're, like, losing body fat. So that's a good sign. But yeah, I'd say I am looking a bit juicier, dude. Ah, my shoulder's fucked still, though. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
If you hate people so much, VG, then maybe you want to consider moving to a house in the forest. There are a lot of woodland creatures for you to be friends with there.
Well, I do live in a very small town, and everyone in town is like pretty nice. I haven't run into any jackasses, and my neighbors and everything are really friendly. I wouldn't be opposed to being a little more isolated. It's just that you're gonna have a hard time finding like a fucking rental property in the middle of the woods that's a single unit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo Donatillers, as soon as the commie protesters complain and say no nuclear, then she will suddenly change her mind and ban new nuclear projects, don't you think? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Nuclear in New York than the entire country has in 30 years. That's how ambitious I am about powering our future of innovation. But if I have to choose between...
And by the way, the reason we need nuclear is because, one, the data centers are power hungry as fuck, and we need nuclear energy for the data centers. And, like, we are transitioning away from fossil fuels. So, like, how are you going to power electric cars? If we're expecting, like, even half of cars on the road to be replaced with electric, current power grid can't support that. So we need more power stations. And nuclear is the more ideal option. And like solar, wind, and everything, way less efficient, way less environmentally friendly, and it doesn't generate as much power, especially power that's reliable.
Powering a largely vacant data center with the same amount of power I can have a Micron with 1,000 jobs, I can tell you right now where I'm going. So they can come under the conditions we lay out, but I'm also going to be investing a lot of my energy.
Like, by the way, the same stupid, dumb, fuck bullshit happened in Germany. There were a bunch of dumb, retard, lefty fuckwits who, for whatever reason, were against nuclear power. Some of it might have also been spurred by, like, the cost of nuclear energy. But, again, it was mostly, like, these lefty, dumb fuck activists. They shut down all their nuclear power plants, and then they thought they were going to be able to get energy from Russia, even though they were warned by the US and NATO that, Russia's going to invade Ukraine. There's going to be like trade issues and you're not going to be able to get energy. They did it anyway. And then, oops, guess what? They had to open up all the old coal power plants. And this whole fucking stupid solar, wind turbine bullshit didn't work out. And now they're back to burning coal. So yeah. Leftist politicians are just complete fucking idiots. Like, it's bizarre how anti-industry they are. Israeli tourist cancels her stay at Nepalese hotel after the property sent her a no room for genocide message. Jeez. My God. Well, I guess they want to be more broke if they don't want any Jewish money. So have fun being broke. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What is your take on natural hypertrophy's stance on steroids now that you took steroids yourself? Did your view change about NH or is it still the same?
I've always hated NH, even when I was natural, because he has an ideological, moral stance against steroids, whereas I didn't have any ideological problem with steroids. The only reason I didn't personally take them was because I thought they were like super fucking dangerous and they're like, gonna kill you by the time you're 40. So like once I learned the truth and it's just like a bunch of overblown fucking nonsensical bullshit, then I just started taking steroids because there's practically nothing but fucking benefits, especially if you're not an idiot and you know how to take them properly. So I never liked him. I've always had the stance, like, winners win. If you have like ambitions of being a professional athlete or like just for whatever reason you want to look superhuman or whatever, like comic book character, like go for it. You can do whatever you want. I've always been pro liberty. You can do whatever the fuck you want with your body. If you want to be a bloated, fat piece of shit and drink alcohol and ruin your life, go for it. If you want to be a super fit, productive person, go for it. So I never had a problem with anybody taking steroids for any reason. I only ever criticized fake natties who lie about their fucking steroid use. And like the only like I did criticize Dave Palumbo for like saying steroids are like perfectly safe, but like again, that wasn't ideological. That was just like a difference of opinion where I thought I still kind of disagree with Dave Palumbo. Like he has a crazy retard, super like dumb fuck stance on roids where it's like no matter what doses you take, like nobody has ever fucking died from gear. Like he was saying Dallas McCarver's death had nothing to do with steroids. Clearly fucking did. Like if you take very high doses, especially doses of steroids that are known to cause things like maladaptive cardiomyopathy, left ventricular hypertrophy, like super high doses of nandrolone. Yeah, you're playing with fire, and especially if you combine that with a bad diet and lifestyle, you're gonna burn the match at both ends. But yeah, like I criticized Dave Palumbo for like saying Dallas McCarver didn't die from steroids. I still hold essentially the same view. It's just like now I know there's obviously safe ways to take steroids. It's just like that's the only reason I criticize Dave though. And natural hypertrophy is like he's basically Blaha if Blaha never took steroids and was like made better overall life decisions, but he makes similar lies like Blaha makes. Like he talks about like you'll see completely conflicting statements from the guy where it's clear he's lying. So people have made clips of NH where he said he's multilingual. He knows like 3 or 4 different languages. And then like there's another clip where he says, "Oh, I can only speak French and English. Like I tried learning, Portuguese, but like I can barely speak any of it." So like he lies to make himself seem smarter. He even lies about his finances. Like there's clips of him saying that he's like basically independently wealthy and has a bunch of money saved, and then later he'll say that he doesn't have that much money in the bank and stuff. So he's almost certainly a narcissist like Blaha, where he makes lies to make himself seem better. It's just he doesn't go to the same crazy lengths where he's like some super spy, secret agent, mercenary like Blaha does. He'll just make more like lies that most people won't care about or look into and aren't as like big of a deal. Also, just one of the most ridiculous, insane, massive hypocrites imaginable. Like, the guy says steroids are the worst thing that's ever happened to fucking humanity. They're like a moral hazard. People who take steroids are like degenerate pieces of shit. Like, he basically compares them to people who knowingly and willingly spread HIV. But then, if you look at his thumbnails, he'll use like photos of Arnold Schwarzenegger for like, oh, this is my bicep routine. And then he'll have a thumbnail of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's a known fucking steroid user. So he'll glamorize steroids while like saying they're the worst thing that's ever fucking happened. He also like promotes steroid use essentially. He'll like say that physiques that are completely and utterly unobtainable naturally are the ideal male physique that everyone should strive for. So he'll reference anime characters from like Jujutsu Kaisen that are just out of this world fucking jacked. And then like, but then he won't acknowledge that that's completely unrealistic for a natural. There's no way to achieve that naturally. So then why are you promoting completely unrealistic fucking standards that require steroids while saying steroids are bad? And again, like the cognitive dissonance is just fucking insane. He'll like again, he references like these fucking anime characters and say like, you should get like this, And then he'll like make these videos like, oh, this is how you train to look like this Jujutsu Kaisen character. He hasn't made any fucking progress. He's looked exactly the same for like at least the last 3 years, if not like 5 years. Like none of the guy's lifts are particularly impressive. Like his best lifts are his lower body lifts and they're not phenomenal. But like the guy hasn't even like benched 4 plates. I don't think he's even gotten above 350. And like he tried doing this big bulk where he just got fat and again completely stagnated. Didn't make any fucking progress at all. He just got fat and then he like dieted. He dieted down and then like again it just looks exactly the fucking same. If you look at his lifts, exactly the fucking same. And what's funny is he says people take steroids because they're lazy. I can guarantee you, like, he might not be able to bench 405, like, but he could make some improvements to his lifts. I've seen him train. He trains lazy, especially upper body. Like, again, his lower body lifts are okay, but, like, they're not phenomenal. But I've seen his upper body training. It's just lazy. He doesn't do that much volume. The intensity of his workouts are not high. You can see that he trains at such a far proximity to failure. Like we're talking like at least 5 reps in reserve. And he chooses lifts that are just easy. So the guy trains like a lazy jackass and then wonders why he doesn't make any fucking progress. And then steroid users who actually fucking train hard, who make progress. Oh, you're lazy. You're a fucking piece of shit. Like, okay, dude, well, stay small, stay weak, train like a lazy fucking jackass, don't take steroids, and stay fucking jealous. The guy is a complete fucking clown. And I have no idea why the guy disappeared. I don't know if... I don't know if he had like some personal stuff in his life going on where, I don't know, like he's really busy at work or something. But he was making like a lot of views on his YouTube channel. Like he's at a point where probably just from the views alone, he could live fairly comfortably if he uploaded regularly. So like at least 3 times a week. And especially with the shitty videos he uploads that require 0 fucking effort. He could very easily pump out like 4, 5, 6 videos a week, and then live pretty comfortably off the ad revenue. And then if you combine that with, you know, occasional streams. So it's weird. I don't know exactly what's going on. It's like, again, I don't know what his career opportunities are in his like personal life. I don't know if he's like educated. He's probably not. He's a fucking idiot. But like the only way this makes sense to me is if he has like a really high paying job where the income discrepancy doesn't make sense. Like a lot of people do YouTube and make a living off of YouTube because it's just a better overall lifestyle. You basically just get to pursue your hobbies 24/7. Like that's the big appeal. And you can like, you know, set your own schedule. You can wake up whenever you want. Like it's just... You have to make a certain amount of videos and stream, but you can set your own schedule. You don't have to answer to a boss. You don't have to get up at a certain time. You can just do things at your own pace whenever you want. So like the only way this makes sense to me is if he has some sort of career opportunity where like he's making so much more money than he could off YouTube, where that trade-off in lifestyle is worth it. Where, you know, you have to get up at a certain time, you have to answer to a boss, but you're making so much money, you know. He seems like a complete fucking idiot, so I don't think he has an engineering degree or anything. Like, this guy wouldn't be an MIT graduate. So the only thing that I can figure, and this is just pure speculation, is I think he might have just gotten fat, and he was embarrassed of how fat he got. Because, yeah, he did this big bulk. And then I remember he was trying to get leaner, but he didn't really manage to lose weight. And then suddenly he just dropped off. So I don't know if he just kind of let himself go and then he's just too embarrassed to be on camera now. But good riddance. The guy's a complete lying, toxic, retarded jackass. And he has absolutely no fucking clue what he's talking about. Like, this guy is quoted as saying, like, alcohol is safer and better for you than steroids. That is the most insane, bizarre, fucking crazy whack job claim you can possibly make. There are 2.6 million deaths attributed to alcohol per year. I don't think there's any kind of mechanism currently to actually track deaths that are attributable to steroids, so the figure is officially 0. So 2.6 million to 0. I don't think the deaths attributable to steroids are actually 0, but I would suspect, like, you know, it's probably in the hundreds, maybe thousands at best. Like, at best. So, like worst case scenario, 2.6 million deaths versus, like, maybe 1,500. And those 1,500 deaths, like, you're talking about people who are complete fucking idiots who are, like, taking Tren year fucking round, or just taking Nandrolone year round, never lower their doses, don't get any health checkups, just have, like, crazy heart enlargement, get, like, left ventricular hypertrophy, arterial dissections, don't manage their cholesterol, like, and on top of that, like, they eat a shitty diet. They probably drink occasionally, so there's interactions with other drugs other than steroids that end up contributing to these deaths. And the thing you have to consider too is there are doses of steroids that make you live longer. Like, steroids are FDA-approved drugs that have therapeutic benefit. So, like, again, with testosterone replacement therapy, there are large randomized trials which have clearly demonstrated men who are on TRT have a lower overall risk of dying. There was a trial recently with, I think, 82,000 men. There were only 2 deaths in the TRT group that weren't even attributable to the testosterone. They weren't like related to heart disease or anything. So these were probably just incidental deaths from some kind of issue they had previously before even starting the trial. And there was something like 400 deaths in the non-TRT group. So they, like, just with whatever statistical methods they used, they ended up coming to the conclusion that you're about twice as likely to die not taking TRT compared to taking TRT, assuming you have, like, diagnosed hypogonadism. So steroids have therapeutic benefit. And, like, outside of dying, you're also talking about quality of life improvements. So, like, mood improvements, sexual health. They do help prevent and treat type 2 diabetes. Testosterone in particular does seem to have benefits with cardiovascular health. It actually lowers cholesterol, which a lot of people don't know that. And it can actually lower systemic inflammation just due to aromatization with estrogen, and that also probably plays another role in arterial health. And it actually protects against certain cancers. Men on TRT have less likelihood of developing prostate cancer, and also certain forms of brain cancer. And even Nandrolone, which is not a particularly safe drug, it is prescribed for people who have arthritis. It like, there's probably a few mechanisms in which it helps with arthritis and chronic pain, but it mimics cortisol, so it can lower inflammation around the joints. It also seems to increase synovial fluid around the joints. So if you do have arthritic changes to the joint, that increase in synovial fluid gives you more cushioning, and it can help reduce pain. So, like, even if it doesn't reduce mortality, like, your overall life quality improves with at least certain doses of steroids. Alcohol has absolutely 0 therapeutic benefits. It just kills you. It damages every single fucking organ system in your body, causes heart disease, kidney disease, liver disease. It damages your fucking brain. It increases your risk of Alzheimer's, dementia, and cognitive decline. And it increases the risk of a variety of cancer like breast, prostate, esophageal, stomach, and like pancreatic cancers. So like this idiot fucking said steroids are more dangerous than alcohol. Like who the fuck listens to this moron? So I've always hated NH, and now that I know more about steroids, and I've used them personally and had my own experiences with them, like, this is one of the most trash, retarded, dumb fucks who has ever fucking been a part of the fitness industry. And good fucking riddance. I don't know why he fucking left. I don't know if he, like, is making, like, millions of fucking dollars in the tech industry or something, but he's better off gone from the fitness industry and having nobody fucking listen to him. Because this guy is nothing but a fucking problem. So that's my stance on NH. Thanks for the donation, HZ Fitness. Dodo, also check the links you missed from the previous donation from me.
Where's he getting it from?
Kathy Hochul is
It
issuing.
could be from Jewish tradition.
What Jewish
oral
tradition?
tradition.
What-
I never
what?
said Waraka specifically getting it.
Oh.
Granted, you might also have to deal with predators. To like bears and wolves, they're to VG.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I'll get a shotgun or something if I move to the woods. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I don't think I missed any donos. I'm looking through, and yeah, I think yeah, we were reacting to this one, and this was the last one in the other link you gave me. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Half of congressional Democrats voted against military aid to Israel today. Do you believe that any vote that questions U.S. aid to Israel, by definition anti-Semitic? Or could it be a policy disagreement with the sitting Israeli government?
Yeah, no. So I there's definitely infiltration within the Democratic Party. Like AOC is probably one of the best examples of this. Of just insane communist fucktards who are anti-Israel ideologically. With Democrats, this is more the case. They are spineless. So they have no real morals, and what that probably is for the most part is they just listen to loud, whining, screechy retards, and they think the pro-Israel position is just not popular. So then they just act in a way that they think will get them more votes. That's probably what that is. It's not necessarily just like sheer anti-Semitism where they hate Israel. It's just a completely cynical decision where it's like, well, we actually like Israel, or we don't have an opinion on them either way, but we think that our voting base hates them. So regardless of how we feel about it, we just want to get elected in. So then they'll just act accordingly. That's probably what it is. Thanks for the donation, though, for ref. But yeah, there has been more, like, you know, commie, anti-Semitic infiltration into the Democratic Party, but I would say that's what that is for the most part. Dylan $2 unban me from chat so I can tell you to shut up about natural hypertrophy. You've been talking about him for 15 minutes. I don't think it was 15 minutes, but there you go. You're unbanned. Just don't act like a jackass, please. Thanks for the donation, Dylan.
You need to learn when to shut the fuck up. I want to punch you, you're so goddamn annoying. Nobody cares about NH, who are you talking to, dude? Seriously, shut the fuck up about him already and move on with the stream.
I was responding to a donation, but thanks for the donation, 21st.
Last donation for the night, but this guy is hilarious fucking whack job First Amendment auditor.
Let me take a look.
We got the whole precinct here, by the way, my pager.
Is this the guy who just swears at the police like crazy, hoping they arrest him for no reason?
Jesus, 2 sergeants and the tyrants came along, you heard? I'm gonna go over there and follow up.
You're good though. You said 75 South Van Brunt. You know how to get there?
Yeah, I'll be there. Thank you. All right. Okie dokie. Welcome to America. Welcome to the United States of America. Hopefully they won't behave like this ever. Inglewood.
Yeah, that wasn't worth watching. Thanks for the donation, dude. B, donate $2. B. Well, thank you, B. Appreciate that.
It's funny how you whine, bitch, and complain and act like a toddler when someone asks you a question that you answered on the stream the day before. But you'll talk about natural hypertrophy for a whole 30 minutes repeating the same thing over and over.
That's nice. I'm glad you find that amusing. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Streamlabs doesn't work.
Yeah, that's Streamlabs. It be like that. Thanks for the donation, N.
Oh, and Spec King of Predators VG.
Tyrannosaurus rex, the king of the dinosaurs 60 million years ago. Today, fetching a king's ransom at auction. The fossilized skeleton, nicknamed Gus, setting a new record. Sold at auction for just over $50 million, Sotheby's says. The ancient apex predator, 38 feet long and 12.5 feet high. About the size of a yellow school bus.
Gus is one of the biggest and most complete T-Rex ever found.
Sotheby's putting out this video to hype the auction, saying Gus is 61% complete by bone count and nearly 80% complete by total mass, ranking up there with famous T-Rexes like the Chicago Field Museum's Sue. It was found by commercial paleontologist Thomas Heitkamp and his team, commissioned in 2021 to find.
Man, I wish I could find a T-Rex skeleton.
Fossils on a South Dakota ranch. They spotted one bone, a needle in a 6,500-acre haystack. Heitkamp making the case for private funding for such excavations.
We're in some pretty remote, dense areas that are hard to get to, that are expensive to get to, that are logistically dangerous. No one else is looking in those places.
NBC News was unable to reach him for comment. Digging Gus up and rebuilding the skeleton took years. Now it's payday. The colossal price tag is unearthing concerns about its scientific value and who will have access to it. A recent study found that the majority of discovered T-Rex fossils are privately owned, making it harder for museums to acquire specimens as prices rise.
If we want to
That's pretty cool. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. What the fuck? I don't know if it fucked up there. was, I swear that should be text-to-speech. Let me see. I'll just play that again.
Hey VG, if you had to choose one, which specific statin or other cholesterol-lowering medication would you recommend for long-term use? Looking for the best balance of effectiveness and minimal side effects. What dose would you start with? Thanks.
With just cholesterol-lowering medication, specifically rosuvastatin. It's a mild statin. Like, statin drugs, just in general, do not have much side effects. And a lot of the time, like, when people talk about side effects with statins, like, the big one is muscle pain and weakness. That's being tested in randomized trials, and it's been found to be bullshit. So people who claim that they're getting muscle aches and weakness from statins, when you put them in a randomized trial and then you give them the sham treatment, like the placebo, they complain about the muscle pain and shit like that, even on the placebo. So they probably have some sort of health problem that has nothing to do with statins, and then they wrongfully attribute it to the statin. But rosuvastatin, well tolerated, lowers cholesterol pretty well. I don't know what the starting dose is, but you know, yeah, I'd probably just go with rosuvastatin. It's pretty easy to find on the black market too, if you don't want to go through a doctor. Other than that, GLP-1 agonist drugs help to lower cholesterol. Retatrutide's the most effective. That actually has the most substantive cholesterol lowering, and it has a ton of other benefits. So you get similar reductions in cholesterol as cholesterol lowering medications, plus weight loss benefits, plus it protects against type 2 diabetes. They also seem to help with autoimmune conditions like psoriasis, where people who have psoriasis, they go on GLP-1 agonists and their psoriasis goes away. And it's probably a direct effect of the drug, not just them not eating as much shitty food that's triggering the psoriasis. Also seems to help with joint pain. They might actually help remodel cartilage. And they do reduce systemic inflammation, which also probably contributes to the reduction in joint pain. So those are options for you. And starting dose on Retta is 2 milligrams. When I was on 2 milligrams of Retta, I had a 20-point reduction to my serum cholesterol score. So I was at like about 80 for LDL, and then it dropped to about 60. And that's only on the starting dose, 2 milligrams. So that would be my advice. Thanks for the donation, though, yes. Dodo only tellers, it's Florida, so hell get 2 months and be out. I think you meant heal.
Tonight, the dramatic images just released of a dangerous scene.
Actually, there have been some T-Rex fossils found in some parts of Canada, like Alberta, so just dig and you might just get lucky, VG.
Yeah, maybe if I get farm property or something, I'll dig around and see if I can find anything. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Seen on I-95, a police helicopter at night, and the suspects allegedly firing off fire.
Why is this not loading?
Tonight, the dramatic images.
It's just fucking annoying. Arrest made after police helicopter spots fireworks.
Suspects allegedly firing off fireworks from their car at other drivers on I-95 in Florida. Here's Gio Benitez with the pictures tonight.
Tonight, dramatic video showing fireworks being launched from a car window on busy I-95 in northern Florida.
They appear to be shooting fireworks out of the window at cars on the interstate.
A police helicopter capturing the scene back on July 4th using night vision.
Got it on camera, but it looked like it was mortar style. It looked like one of them even bounced off the ground the opposite lane of traffic.
Deputies on the ground pulling over the suspected vehicle.
Triple Driver is this vehicle.
I was expecting a white guy, but apparently black guys can be fucking stupid too.
Was seen launching fireworks out of the passenger side of the vehicle.
But deputies informing the people inside that vehicle that they were caught on camera from above.
Did you see that little flashy dot?
Yeah, is this wrong?
No, that's a helicopter who's been following you for the past 10 miles. Shoot stuff out the car.
The passenger of the vehicle then placed under arrest.
And David, tonight authorities say that passenger has been charged with shooting a deadly missile from a moving vehicle.
Well, it doesn't sound like he's just going to get out. That sounds like a pretty serious charge. Good news, VG. The jihadist is losing in the Democratic primary. Good. That is good. This guy is literally a fucking terrorist. So that's good.
There's been some headlines. I just want to clear this up. Yes or no? Do you consider Israel an apartheid state?
I said that was directional as it relates to what Freeman was arguing about the annexation of the West Bank. So no, but in the context of his pursuit in the hard and the far right, I align with that concern. And that
is such a political answer. I fucking hate Gavin Newsom.
Thinking that was expressed very pointedly by Tom Freeman.
Yeah. So you think they're potentially on the path to becoming an apartheid state if they continue?
That makes no fucking sense at all. None whatsoever. Like, the West Bank isn't even part of Israel. And like they're talking about non-Israeli fucking citizens, and the reason there's partitioning in the West Bank where there's all those security checkpoints, it's because of terrorism, not because of race. So like calling it an apartheid state is like retarded in every imaginable way. This is like if the situation in South Africa was such that the black people living in South Africa weren't actually living in South Africa. They're in some other fucking country. And they were segregated from whites because they're committing terror attacks, not because they're black. Like, that's how stupid it is.
My red flag is Bibi Netanyahu, period, full stop. Mm-hmm. And his opposition to the two-state solution, how he is navigating his own domestic politics as it relates to placating the far right, thus the annexation concerns, how he's influencing events that are now out of our control, and we're not, we haven't even focused much on what's happening in southern Lebanon, issues there, intended and unintended consequences, the future of Gaza, the board of peace, which is about Trump and Witkoff and Jared Kushner getting their piece, if we can discuss that, and what happens to the future of the Middle East. And so, yeah, I've been very critical of him. And I say that as a guy who visited Bibi.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom is just a slimy, lying fucking scumbag. Can't stand him. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo. Are you going to make that Islam versus Vegan Gains Part 2 still? Don't really have plans for it at this point.
Local resources in terms of, small towns in particular that have to go through the review process and not sure how much they can get in community benefits and how much power should they be using. And I said, why don't we step back and let the state take control here, where this moratorium, as you mentioned, first in the nation, simply says New York doesn't just want to be first, we want to be the first to get it right. And what that entails is ensuring that these companies, these huge hyperscalers, will make sure that they cover their own costs for power. Either bring your own power or pay a premium to use the grid, because I already have a shortage of power for the existing businesses and our hardworking New Yorkers who are paying through the nose in utility bills. I can't say they're going to be charged more because of the existence of these companies. They have to pay their fair share. Plus, I want the communities to benefit in significant ways with investments. And I want them also, these companies, to contribute to a larger fund that'll help us support grid reinvestment. So we're going to do it in a smart way, and we just need a little time to do it.
So let me ask you, the executive order isn't as aggressive as a bill the state legislature actually passed last month. Do you plan to sign that measure, or are you going to veto it?
Well, I'm looking at that. I have hundreds and hundreds of bills yet to review before the end of the year, but I wanted to make sure we came up with a rational number. For example, I don't want to include data centers that support research.
Please make Islam versus Vegan Gains Part 2 VG, please.
We'll see. We'll see, Dodo. If something big kind of happens, then maybe. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Centers and universities and healthcare organizations. So we came up with a threshold of 50 megawatts as defining the larger ones. Those smaller are not affected. But again, I want to get this right. And I know there's a lot of anxiety around AI overall. New York embraces innovation, always have.
Yeah, so there's just politician being politician. The AI data center things is like kind of frowned upon by Democratic voting base, and they're just cucking.
More effective than traditional SSRIs.
I used to wake up in the morning and like not want to be here. Now it's no longer the case. I like to think that if I would have found the medicine 10 years ago, that I probably would have saved myself and my family a lot of pain and grief.
Putting it within a medical model, allowing for reimbursement, allowing for insurance coverage, you're looking at somewhere around 3 million, maybe 5 million patients.
What do you think that the sort of market would be for a drug like 5-MeO-DMT if your version was approved?
Several $billion.
Why?
This sounds like complete and utter bullshit. What it sounds like is they're trying to create a treatment model, not create a new drug. And they just want to sell the treatment model to insurance companies. That's what it sounds like.
Are psychedelic therapies and support for research around psychedelic therapies a priority for this department?
One of the arguments is kind of what's the alternative? You know, a lot of people are out of options. And if a drug is shown to be efficacious or has a chance of working, why wouldn't you want that to be available?
And on your next exhale, dropping your attention into your body. Taking a moment to notice your breathing and simply whatever else is present with you physically, cognitively, emotionally.
Every week, a new batch of veterans arrives at the Mission Within, a clinic that specializes in psychedelic therapies. They come here as a last resort, after conventional mental health treatments haven't worked.
And take another 2 breaths, and then when you feel ready, you can bring your attention back to the room.
Today, a group is preparing to take one of the most powerful psychedelics in the world.
All right, fellas, so we'll talk a little bit about tomorrow's medicine, 5-MeO-DMT, often known as bufo, poison secreted from the back of the Colorado river toad or Sonoran desert toad. And this is what the medicine looks like. It's weighed out by dose in these little vials, and they screw into this pipe.
5-MeO-DMT is illegal in the US, but here in Mexico, where it's still unregulated, clinics like the Mission Within are using it to treat veterans with severe mental
You can literally order it online in Canada because it's considered a research chemical.
health disorders like depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Visits can cost thousands of dollars and need to be booked far.
I don't know what there's probably different legal loopholes to go through in Canada because if they're going to be using it to research medical treatments, they might not be able to do that here. But like considering it's a research chemical, I don't know if they'd get an exemption to try out these treatments here. I'm guessing there's a very good chance they're in Mexico for tax reasons and just like general cost reasons, just because Mexico's cheaper.
Far in advance. The wait list is currently 6 months long.
What led you to seek out 5-MeO-DMT?
I've tried the traditional route. I've done talk therapy, multiple SSRIs, SNRIs, and I felt like with those, the efficacy only lasted so long. The depression.
I don't think I will be trying DMT. I'm staying away from psychedelics for the time being just because, like, I'm good. I don't feel like I need them. And they do have risks. Like, you can just go crazy from taking them. So since my mental health is really good right now and there's potential to make it worse, and I don't see a high potential for benefit, I'm just not taking them.
And it came along with that, started to resurface over time.
You know, I tried the VA, tried talk therapy, I tried AA, I tried the gym, I tried all the things. I remember even then I would like be in the shower and I was like, dude, there's no way life can be this hard.
And so just through looking on veteran forums and talking to multiple veterans that I discovered the utilization of these alternative medicines. And they were scary.
What was scary to you about it?
Well, watching videos on YouTube, it's some very intense.
Yeah, like if I saw somebody having a reaction to a drug like that, I'd kind of not want to take it. Like with magic mushrooms, you generally see people just being silly and laughing a lot. That looks something like I wouldn't want to experience.
It's experiences with people ingest the medicine. Yeah! I couldn't see how that would serve me, but
well, yeah, that's the fucking thing too. Like, testosterone to date has been shown to be the most effective drug for treating depression and anxiety. And there are practically zero fucking health risks with the administration of testosterone. Like it is as close to fucking zero as you could imagine. So, like, all the bullshit you hear about where you're going to get prostate cancer, or your blood is going to get thick, or you'll have high blood pressure, it's literally all fucking bullshit. So, it doesn't raise blood pressure, doesn't increase risk of fucking prostate cancer. In fact, it can reduce prostate cancer risk if you're hypogonadal. The hematocrit changes are benign. They don't do anything. So, it's crazy to me that that's not the standard treatment.
That Colorado river toad is a real species of toad, by the way, and it's known for its psychedelic properties. Here it is.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's episode of Como Live, brought to you by the Legacy Amendment. Mud blob.
Wow, it's a big toad.
You're going to need to have like a suave name to rock that body. So Roy Casanova is our friend here today. When we talk about the largest toad, let's talk a little bit about what is a toad. So all toads are actually frogs, but not all frogs are toads. So
all toads are frogs, not all frogs are toads. I didn't know that.
Toads, a true toad, is a frog that is in the family Bufonidae. And the way that you can tell a toad from a frog is a couple different things. First, true toads do not have teeth. And so when they're eating, they cannot chew their food. It has to be something that they can swallow whole. So no teeth for true toads. Toads also do not have a breastbone. So if you see here real quick, I've got a little frog skeleton here for you. And if I turn this around, you can kind of see they have a tiny little breastbone right there. Well, true toads do not have that little breastbone. But kind of the most distinguishing feature of toads is their poison glands. So all true toads are poisonous. And they have a special gland. It's called the parotoid gland, not to be confused with the parotid gland.
So is it dangerous picking up toads? I get toads here when it rains sometimes, and I pick them up and move them out of my driveway if I have to, like, leave. So, I wonder how poisonous some of them are.
But it is kind of named similarly because our parotid glands give us saliva, and they're kind of located in the same place that toad parotoid glands are located, and that's why they're named similarly. But toad parotoid glands give them poison. And so if you're looking at Roy here, or any true toad, behind their eye, I don't know if you can see it here, it's kind of like a sausage-like gland, and that is his parotoid gland, and that is where he squeezes out his poison. You can see this also in our neighbors, the American toad, that are out all summer long in our backyards. You see those guys hopping around? I think they're super cute. They also have a parotoid gland right behind their eye, that big sausage-like gland. That is where they store their poison.
I like toads. They're pretty cool.
So all true toads are poisonous. Take the lid off too if you want that too. Toads are, of course, amphibians, just like frogs. So an amphibian.
Wow, so chunky and round. Yeah, I like toads. Toads are cool. It's a nice toad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, it's, like, especially if you're a male, like, obviously if you're female, there'd be some apprehension with using testosterone, just because of, masculinizing effects, but, like, especially if you're male and there's not really any upper dose where you're worried about becoming too male, like, you're just gonna be a man, it's insane to me that that's not the first considered treatment for depression. Like, again, since the drug is more effective than any antidepressant developed, and it's better tolerated. Antidepressants can make you more depressed. They can trigger more anxiety. They can also, like, affect your mood in other negative ways, like make you feel emotionally numb. They're well known for causing sexual dysfunction. So they reduce penile sensitivity, so it can be near impossible to reach orgasm, and it can cause erectile dysfunction due to the reduction in penile sensitivity. So that's something that would definitely worsen depression in a lot of men. So, like, it's crazy to me that testosterone treatment for men isn't the first considered treatment for depression. Like, at least when it comes to treatment-resistant depression, where you've tried several antidepressants and, like, they're just not working. So, we just live in a stupid fucking society, dude.
Fun fact, a frog's slime is actually mucus since they are amphibians and therefore breath though their skin.
That's interesting. Yeah, frogs and toads are interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
At the time, I felt like I didn't have another choice.
I remember when I was coming down the stairs to...
VG was totally right about kratom. I ended up becoming addicted to it, 7-OH to be exact. Yeah, don't do kratom. It's essentially an opiate, and just the way it functions, it seems to actually be more prone to becoming addicted to it. Because it doesn't have as much of a potent effect, at least at, like, doses generally consumed, as, like, opium or morphine or something, or, like, these other painkillers. Like, if you take OxyContin, you're on your ass. You cannot drive. You can't do fucking anything. But with kratom, you can usually still, like, drive, operate a vehicle and stuff, and be a bit more productive. A lot of people just use it for a mood-enhancing effect. But the withdrawal symptoms seem way more fucking severe. So that weird combination of the drug seeming like it's fairly innocuous and just giving you, like, mild mood improvements, but then having way worse fucking withdrawal symptoms, that, like, yeah, it's kind of a recipe for easier addiction. Because, again, with a more mild effect, like, you're going to be more prone to use it more frequently, and then you think everything's fine, and then you try to come off it, and it's like, oh, fuck, I can't move. Like, I'm just dead, fucking tired, like, lethargic as fuck. Like, with opiates, you might have nausea and throw up and stuff, but then, like, after a day or two, you're just craving the drug, but, like, you can function normally. With kratom, the recovery from it just seems way worse, where people say, like, for literally months, like, they can't get out of bed, they're completely and utterly fucking exhausted and shit.
Be in this space with the medicine, I remember thinking, oh, what am I getting myself into?
Can I say a little prayer for you?
Yes, please.
Gracias, Madre, por permitirme compartir esta medicina con nuestro hermano Billy.
Oh yeah, it's fucking nuts that they can just sell that at gas stations and crap. I think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. owns or is partial owner of Kratom Company.
Lo que le muestre es lo que necesita ver. Amén.
A 5-MeO DMT trip only lasts about 30 minutes. But it can cause physical shaking, loud noises, and on rare occasions, prolonged dissociation. The Mission Within says that about 5% of its patients describe the experience as too intense. But on the other side,
yeah, dude, if you're having trouble getting off kratom, like, don't be ashamed of getting help for it. Like, if you need addiction treatment, get addiction treatment. It's not worth being fucking addicted to a drug, dude.
many also find both immediate and long-lasting relief.
I used to wake up in the morning and like not want to be here. Now it's no longer the case, you know. I might not be thrilled to roll out of bed every morning, but I like know the point now, you know, like I'm in life again, I'm living life and I love it.
The change, how quickly the change happened, and the relief that was almost instantaneous after.
You know what, there's, I was studying some interesting hormonal interactions with psychedelic drugs like magic mushrooms, and estrogen seems to play a really significant role in how effective psychedelic treatments are. So combination therapy with testosterone and psychedelics might actually amplify the mood benefits of psychedelics as well.
Partaking in the medicine have lasted until today. That was 15 months ago when I had my first 5-MeO DMT experience.
So this is like maintenance, or it's like a reset to get you back to where you were 15 months ago.
The healing journey that I'm on,
Does anyone have a solution to binges constantly fucking up cutting phases? I'm thinking of just not cutting anymore at this point. Lost 25 kilograms, but can't get any lower than 75 kilograms at this point. Well, I have two things to say about that. One, like, I don't know exactly how fat you are. Like, especially if you're natural and you're not taking steroids, there's hormonal things that end up happening where you just can't realistically get any leaner without just being fucking miserable. I learned that when I was natural, my estrogen just fucking crashed to like nothing if I tried to get really lean, and it completely fucked up my mood. That's why I would get so fucking pissed off and angry whenever I tried to get below, like, I'd say like around 13% was the cutoff, where I just couldn't get any fucking leaner without massively impacting my mood and just being pissed off and raging constantly and just having constant agitation. So, like, the less body fat you have, the less aromatization you'll have, and estrogen's extremely important for mood and mental health. So you may just have a set point where you're like, if you want to like get really lean and shredded or something, then it's just not in the cards for you if you're natural. You're 18 to 20%. Always being really fat might be my set point. Well, I'd get your hormones tested. If your estrogen's pretty normal, like in the 30s, then that's probably not it. Outside of that, like, it's just hard getting lean, like, especially if you're going through a very prolonged dieting phase. Like, it's kind of a skill that you have to develop, where you just have to eat differently. The biggest hack for staying lean is just eating clean. So if you want to stay like really lean, where you have like 6-pack abs and you're like beach ready all the time, you just can't eat junk food, like none. You can't eat potato chips. You can't like go out on the weekends and eat junk food. Like, it just completely fucks everything up. So if you can find a dieting strategy that you're happy with, where you just eat clean foods that aren't processed, so like practically no added sugar outside of like maybe some sauces that you might add to like tofu or vegetables, no like really big fatty foods like, you know, anything fried, like no peanut butters and stuff like that. And yeah, just eating clean. That's the biggest hack. And like, aside from, kind of, addiction to like junk food and stuff, some people just naturally have a bigger hunger drive. Like there's a reason why you see some people who, even when they do like eat cleaner, they just eat more than other people. They just have a bigger appetite. So you may very well just have a bigger appetite even when you don't like binge eat. That's why GLP-1 agonist drugs are just a godsend. So I'd highly recommend using GLP-1 agonists for a variety of reasons. Like the biggest one is people who are on GLP-1 agonists just live longer. Like that's the best longevity drug in existence right now. It reduces risk of all cancers combined, reduces risk of type 2 diabetes, and very effectively treats type 2 diabetes, reduces risk of heart disease, lowers cholesterol. And like, obviously it does help lower body fat too, which has a number of benefits. Like just having lower body fat, that will reduce your risk of cancer, heart disease, diabetes, lowers levels of systemic inflammation. And like, yeah, you may just need to use GLP-1 drugs to lower your appetite enough to get leaner. I'm on retatrutide right now. I'm probably just going to stay on it for the foreseeable future, unless like there's new safety data that shows like, I don't know, tirzepatide is a better drug, or if like a newer, better drug comes along. But like, I'm probably just going to stay on GLP-1s, not for the appetite suppression, but for all the metabolic benefits. And for me in particular, I have arthritis in my knee. So the GLP-1 drugs have been shown to improve pain with arthritis. And it may have something to do with cartilage remodeling. It may actually change the metabolism of the cartilage in the joint, where it remodels and it makes the surface like more smooth and basically reverses arthritis. Some of it might also just have something to do with reducing inflammation. And I found, since I've been on GLP-1s, my knees have felt way better, and my lower body training has been way, way better. I don't even need to use knee wraps for all my lower body lifts anymore. So I can do lunges and squats without requiring knee wraps. I can just wear knee sleeves and I feel fine. So I'm just going to stay on them for that reason alone, just because it's just massively improved pain issues with my knee, my left knee in particular. So, yeah, if you're having trouble getting leaner, you're at 18 to 20%, like that's pretty good. But if you want to get leaner, like for whatever reason, to be healthy or look better, just take a GLP-1 agonist. They're extremely cheap at this point too, like any peptide website. You're usually looking at around like $60 to $80 Canadian for semaglutide, like maybe $10, $20 more for tirzepatide, and again, about another $10, $20 more for retatrutide. So they're pretty inexpensive. And again, just because they have nothing but benefits, you might as well take it. Forgot my namification, don't need $2. I've been working on improving my diet. I'm actually proud of how clean I eat throughout the day. My biggest problem is getting a literal gnawing feeling before I go to bed. Just can't fight it often. Well, again, GLP-1 agonists, that's the biggest hack. You just won't have that like hunger craving at night. Like even if you go off these drugs, it's been shown it does fundamentally change your relationship with food. So even when you go off the drugs, people do, for prolonged periods of time, change their dietary patterns. So even if for whatever reason you can't get access to these drugs because you can't afford it or whatever, you'll probably still have those prolonged benefits where you won't be craving food like you were before. And like anything else, it's a skill that you develop over time. It's kind of like learning how to be consistent at going to the gym. When you first start lifting, life gets in the way. You might like fall off a bit here and then, get back on the wagon. And then just over time, if you have like an interest in weight training and getting stronger, you'll learn to be more dedicated and disciplined. It's the same with eating. If you have if you maintain that goal of wanting to have a better diet, you want to get leaner, look better, be healthier, and you have that overall goal in mind, you just get better at it over time and you learn discipline and control and all that shit. Jobless Stony Tillers, sir, hello, sir. Great to see you, sir. Well, thank you, Jobless. Appreciate the donation.
It's not gonna be over anytime soon, but utilizing this has been a significant step change for me. I think the best way for me to describe my first 5-MeO-DMT experience was when I walked away from it, it was like I had had many years of therapy just in a weekend.
Anadrol was the ultimate appetite stimulator for me. I've never tried Anadrol. Anadrol, boldenone, and tren, at least at higher doses, are well known for really stimulating appetite. I've actually had a long-term side effect from taking antipsychotics that may be lifelong, where it seems they permanently reduce my appetite. It's been over 2 years now since I've been off antipsychotics. Maybe close to 3 years. I think it's maybe even 3 years since I've been off antipsychotics. I noticed immediately when I took them, I had a big reduction in appetite and I actually lost weight, which is kind of unusual because antipsychotics tend to cause weight gain. But apparently that is a potential side effect. And it seems to be lifelong. I've actually met a guy who was in chat who had the same thing happen to him. So, since then, I've had a reduction in appetite, and it can be a real struggle eating enough food sometimes, even without GLP-1 agonists. And I noticed when I was on a higher dose of boldenone, I was taking 200 milligrams at one point, which was too much. I halved the dose. But that actually really stimulated my appetite, where it was basically back to normal. So yeah, some steroids really jack up your appetite. Forgot my namification on Tillers. Would you say the majority of guy problems could be solved with a stack of test and a GLP-1? Yeah. I would say the majority of men's mental health issues would be solved by taking testosterone. And like especially retatrutide. Reta in the current human trials seems to be as effective as gastric bypass surgery, which is fucking insane. So like that is basically like we already have a drug that would cure fucking obesity in the vast majority of people. So yeah, if you're overweight, depressed, unmotivated, testosterone and GLP-1s, just do it. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
People have been getting high off 5-MeO-DMT since at least the early 1980s, when a man named Ken Nelson wrote about his experience extracting the toad poison and then smoking it. In the decades since, the drug has become a trope in popular culture. Ever seen someone licking a toad and then losing their mind? That's 5-MeO-DMT. But the obscure psychedelic is also captivating scientists, who are finding that it offers far more than just a crazy trip.
What is this? DM, what's written here?
So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 methoxy, DMT, which is dimethyl, and this is tryptamine.
Dr. David Lancre is a psychedelic researcher at Columbia, who spent the past 5 years studying 5-MeO-DMT.
5-MeO-DMT is probably the most potent, bizarre, and profound psychedelic out there. It's very short, but it's very, very...
I tried 5-MeO-DMT, it did not work for me. It doesn't work for a lot of people according to Reddit. Well, Reddit's just fucking retarded. I wouldn't gauge something based on Reddit. The amount of people who post on Reddit and like literally just make up bullshit and lie is crazy. What are some eating strategies you recommend for people with massive appetites? The biggest one is just creating rules for yourself. You'll notice a lot of people will say restricting eating windows was the best thing for controlling their weight. So like not eating past 6 p.m. If you can like stick to certain rules like that, that's probably gonna benefit you a fuck ton. Like I would say the most important rule is just not eating junk food. So even when you have food cravings and you're hungry, like just snacking on something like carrots or like just making a healthy meal, like some tofu with like, you know, some Korean barbecue sauce or something. That is so much better than just snacking on a fucking bag of potato chips. So even if you're not going to get shredded doing that, again, just eating clean is such a huge deal. And there's like a positive feedback loop that happens. The more clean you eat, the less motivated you are to eat more food. So if you can stick to a clean eating regimen, over time, you'll probably just eat less because you're training your brain to not crave food so much. Whereas if you eat these super hyper palatable foods that like taste fucking amazing and make you feel great when you eat them, it's basically like being a drug addict where you just need more and more fucking crystal meth. But other than that, just take a fucking GLP-1 agonist. Like again, they're like, just because of the peptide industry, they're so fucking cheap and affordable. Anybody can get them. And they're so ridiculously fucking effective, it'll make your head spin. Like again, in randomized trials, Red has been shown to be about as effective, if not even more effective, than gastric bypass surgery. So, yeah, just take a GLP-1 if you're having issues with adherence.
Very profound. It completely deconstructs your reality.
Dr. Lankry makes analogs of the drug in his lab at Columbia, and then runs tests to better understand how it works. He knows that it triggers 2 different serotonin receptors in the brain.
Are there other drugs that activate 5-HT1A receptors?
Yes, many drugs. Vilazodone, buspirone, all these commercial drugs activate 5-HT1A, and they are used to treat depression and anxiety. And other psychedelic drugs, LSD for example, also activate 5-HT1A. Why is it different? We don't really know. It's just probably the right proportion or the right...
It seems the big benefit with psychedelics isn't how they impact serotonin receptors. They seem to like literally reset neurological pathways in your brain, where you have this wiring that's like affirmed over time, that it's like this connection loop in your brain that just locks you into depression. And then when you take psychedelics, it scrambles your fucking brain and it's not able to like find that weird neurological pathway that triggers depression, and it rewires your brain as you come out of the trip. And then that new kind of neurological pathway that starts opening up is a non-depressive state. That seems to be the big benefit of psychedelics.
Potency of how it activates.
Dr. Lankry...
Do you know anything about cortisol? I know a little bit about it.
...and his team have shown that
You don't want 0 cortisol. Like these fucking weird looks-maxing fucktards who are like, you're raising your cortisol. Oh, cortisol bad. You want cortisol. If you don't have cortisol, you literally die within a matter of minutes to hours. There's actually drugs that... that mimic cortisol. Like they're like so close to cortisol, they lower your body's natural cortisol levels. And if you stop taking those drugs, you have zero cortisol in your body, and it can cause like death, literally within minutes to hours. So you need cortisol. It's a extremely important antioxidant. So there's a range, right? So you don't want too little, you don't want too much, you want just the right amount.
5-MeO-DMT helps treat depression in mice, even when you remove its psychedelic effect. But he suspects that the psychedelic component plays a role in the drug's therapeutic qualities, and he knows that we're still only just scratching the surface.
What do you hope to learn about 5-MeO-DMT as we continue to study it?
I think that 5-MeO-DMT can teach us a lot about how the brain works and what causes depression, what these kind of drugs can do and how to improve them to be more accessible to treat these kind of problems. I'm not saying it's a silver bullet or anything.
That sentiment is shared by many others, and not just researchers like Dr. Lankry. The medical promise of 5-MeO-DMT has also captured the attention of the pharmaceutical industry, where the market for psychedelic therapies is projected to reach $10 billion by 2034. Today, a growing pool of biotech companies are racing to turn 5-MeO-DMT into a commercially available medicine.
Is this a Burning Man?
This is a Burning Man. This is a Burning Man. This is in 2019. And I think I may be one of the few people that was actually able to expense Burning Man as a business expense.
Srinivas Rao is the co-founder and CEO of Atai-Beckley, a publicly traded biotech company that's trying to bring psychedelic therapies to market. Atai-Beckley's leading candidate is a synthesized version of 5-MeO-DMT.
Most antidepressants, you get a pill and get a bottle and you go home and you take it every day. That's basically how it's been for a very long time. The problem has been that people get side effects immediately. They don't get benefit immediately, and many of them don't get benefit at all. The big benefit with the psychedelics, you got rapid onset and you got durability.
At least 3 other companies.
With all the antidepressants I've taken, I noticed an immediate benefit. Like literally within 2 or 3 days, if not sooner. Like apparently, they usually take weeks to actually experience an effect. I think I have a weird metabolism where I metabolize these drugs very fast, and I just might be sensitive to some of these drugs that affect neurotransmitters. But I've noticed with a lot of drugs, I've had a very rapid onset of effect. Like when I hopped on testosterone, literally within 30 minutes of the first injection, I noticed a difference. And like I was taking cypionate, which is a long-acting ester, and people were telling me, you're probably not going to notice a difference until like at least a couple weeks. Like literally the first day, within 30 minutes, I noticed it doing something. And I immediately started having increases in body weight, and it wasn't from water retention. It was like actual fucking muscle tissue. I put on 20 pounds of muscle within the first 2 months. So even within the first few days, before the week was over, I was noticeably more muscular.
Companies are working on their own versions of 5-MeO-DMT. Atai-Beckley's main competitor, GH Research, has 2 different analogs that are currently in clinical trials. And biotech giant AbbVie recently acquired another compound in a deal that could eventually top $1 billion. But Atai-Beckley's is the only one that's been granted breakthrough designation by the FDA, which means the government wants to help speed up its development and review process.
It's been very positive. We raised about just under $300 million last year for continuing development of our program.
What do you think that the sort of market would be for a drug like 5-MeO-DMT if your version was approved?
I mean, so the analysts that follow us do put out estimates, and it's all several $billion.
Spravato, Johnson & Johnson's ketamine-derived nasal spray, has already proven the concept. The first and still only commercially available psychedelic therapy is being administered under supervision at clinical sites throughout the country, and it's ballooned into a nearly $2 billion blockbuster drug.
The psychedelics, they will be kind of like Spravato. You go in, you get dosed, get monitored for 2 hours, you get discharged, but instead of coming in every week, you're coming in every 2 months, 3 months. The paradigm of going to the doctor's office was established by Spravato, and that's what we're going to be leveraging.
The race to commercialize 5-MeO-DMT.
Yeah, when I first went on steroids, I went on test-cypionate 30 milligrams a day.
Is part of a much broader effort to turn all kinds of psychedelics into federally approved mental health treatments. Today,
forgot my namification of tellers. Why don't women scream from the rooftop to take tests? Don't they want the types of men these drugs produce? Yeah, really. When I first went on testosterone, it made me like a fucking sex-crazed maniac. Dude, I was so fucking absurdly horny. Like, I've shared the story before. I would be working out, and then I just had to fucking jerk off. Like, I would jerk off like 3 or 4 times over the course of a fucking, like, one workout. I'd, like, do a couple chest exercises, then get horny, fucking sit in my chair, jerk off, go back to working out, do another couple exercises, get horny, jerk off again, then, like, do another couple exercises, get horny, jerk off again. And then I started looking through fucking Tinder and shit. Yeah, dude, that was bad. Like, eventually my libido normalized again. It wasn't, it was still elevated, but it wasn't, like, crazy like that. That was actually horrendous. I fucking hated it. I was so fucking horny, it made me, like, feel sick.
There are dozens of psychedelic therapies in mid to late stage clinical development. And it's no longer just the private sector that's rooting them on.
All right, so here's where the magic happens. This is certainly not a job that I thought I was gonna have a few years ago.
Matt Zorn spent years challenging the federal government's chokehold on Schedule I drugs. Now he's on the other side.
You wouldn't want to use something like Sustanon because it has a mix of different testosterone esters. Like, Sustanon was developed like as a drug for dumbasses. So the idea behind Sustanon is you inject it once a week, and or if not, like, even less frequently, like every 10 days or every 14 days. So there's short-acting esters in it where the idea is that will build up the test very quickly, and then there's long-acting esters that will give you that sustained release. And then by the time that your test levels drop a bit, the next injection happens, and then you get that immediate rise. So even though you're injecting less frequently, the idea behind it was it'll give you more sustained levels. A lot of dudes end up getting side effects from it just because of the mix of different esters. Like, it's just metabolized differently in your body, and a lot of people end up getting more acne and shit from it. So, like, it's just better to use a longer acting ester like an N-theta or cypionate and just inject it every day, and then you just get nice, normal, stable levels, and then you don't get this, like, weird interaction with different esters.
Working within the administration to help speed up research.
I think that we have a mental health issue where, you know, I'm not going to sort of disparage the current treatment. It's just as a factual matter, they just don't reach everyone. They're not efficacious for everyone. A lot of people just don't have alternatives. And if a drug is shown to be efficacious or has a chance of working, like, why wouldn't you want that to be available?
Zorn's boss, Health Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr., has gone even further.
This line of therapeutics has tremendous advantage if given in a clinical setting, and we are working very hard to make sure that that happens within 12 months.
In April, President Trump signed an executive order to expand access and research into psychedelic therapies. It was written by Zorn.
Mr. President, I want to thank Matt Zorn, who's hiding in the back there, who actually on Sunday wrote a draft for this.
Why are psychedelic therapies and support for research around psychedelic therapies a priority for this department?
You know, there are medicines that are approved that are incremental improvements, but there hasn't kind of been a paradigm shift that's really been transformative. And I think the hope and what preliminary evidence is suggesting is that these medicines are more than just a marginal improvement.
It seems to me like in a few years, it's not unreasonable to think that some of these will be available to people who've been seeking them out in, like, the gray market, going down to Mexico to seek them out for a long time now.
5-MeO it's a promising compound that, you know, potentially can have negative, you know, adverse events, negative experiences. Like, everybody knows about so-called bad trips. And this is across the board, even with the current compounds. I mean, I think that the evidence is, like, sufficient for approval, but it's like, how do these things perform out in the wild is going to be, like, a super important thing for us to understand.
Since Trump took office last year, biotech startups developing psychedelic therapies have seen their stock prices surge. Atibecley's is up by about 250%.
We just want to get these drugs to as many people as possible and help as many people as possible. And that really does require this more medical approach. That is how you get scalability. That is how you get it to as many people as you can.
Atibecley recently initiated the phase 3 program for its version of 5-MeO-DMT, one of the most critical steps before a new medical treatment can be approved for public use. Barring a major setback, Atibecley's drug could hit the market in as little as 4 or 5 years. Until then, international clinics like the Mission Within will remain the only legal route. A few hours after their treatment, the veterans gathered at the beach to reflect on their experience.
Like, I don't even know what they mean by this, because, like, 5-MeO-DMT is 5-MeO-DMT. So I have to figure they're either patenting some kind of unique delivery mechanism, or this is a treatment technique that they want to like patent or like offer to insurance companies. So like I don't know if they're planning on making some kind of injectable pen or like some kind of special pill or something, but yeah, it's weird that they're saying they want to commercialize 5-MeO-DMT, but like that's the drug. So what do they mean they're trying to develop a drug? The drug is already there. It's kind of weird. All right, Greg Doucette being a lying fucking jackass for nearly 14 minutes. So Eric English, the fucking teenage kid who went on steroids because of the whole fitness industry thing, you know the deal. He's basically selling peptides now. I don't think he's like a part owner in this peptide company or anything. It just sounds like some peptide company offered him a bunch of money to promote their peptides, and he has a discount link, and then he gets a commission of sales, and then he might get like a baseline fee or something for promoting them every month. So it might be a situation where, hey, we'll pay you $1,000 every month to promote our peptides, and on top of that, you'll get a percentage of every commission sale. So it might be like 5%. You know, something like that. And Greg, being Greg, he lies about peptides and makes some like big moral grandstand that makes absolutely no sense and is completely hypocritical.
Eric English is cooked. I'm not making this up. Eric English is now promoting peptides.
Oh no, drugs that work and are safe. That is the bane of Greg Doucette, because then if people use peptides, they won't buy the useless bullshit turkesterone.
Many of you were not even sure if he was a fake natty, if he was natty or not, but he's literally posted on his Instagram a peptide company and to use his code to
He's clearly on steroids.
save at checkout. Who do you think is following Eric?
At first, I thought that he might have just been going through puberty and got a bit fat. And like, you know, obviously if you're training and stuff, like you're going to be bigger. Like, you know, like from the time I started working out, which was, I was about 15. I went through puberty, you know, gained a bunch of weight. Like I got noticeably larger, similar kind of transformation to Eric at first. But then I saw him benching over 400 pounds, and I'm like, okay, yeah, 16-year-old benching 400 pounds, he's on steroids.
What age demographic is going to be now purchasing peptides because Eric is promoting them? Do you think it's going to be people who are 21 and or older? My peps...
Yeah, very likely, unless they have parents that don't love them. Like, you need a credit card to buy the shit. So I don't know how many 15-year-old kids have a credit card, unless they have access to their parents' credit card. And again, if their parents are doing proper parenting, they won't let their kids buy that. So I don't see it, like, again, the moral grandstanding. There are plenty of supplements that are legal, that like aren't even like a gray market thing, like peptides, like are just legal, and I wouldn't say they're safe for teenage kids to use. So particularly some of the high stim pre-workout supplements, like in fact there's a decent number of fucking deaths per year due to things like energy drinks, where they cause the irregular heartbeats and then sudden cardiac death. So again, to date, there has not been a single confirmed case of somebody dying from a peptide. I researched this. The only thing I could find was a guy from Australia who was taking retatrutide. He was getting treated by his doctor. He ended up having sudden liver failure and death. And his doctor had a suspicion that it may have had something to do with the retatrutide he was taking, which in Australia, you can't get it, you know, technically legally. It's either a black market or a gray market item. You don't get it prescribed. So his doctor thought that it might have had something to do with the retatrutide he was taking, and the doctor submitted a form to it's kind of like the it's kind of like the thing that we have in Canada and the US where it's a notice that you can file to a medicine board thing that warns them, hey, there's this new supplement or medicine on the market that people are taking. I suspect that there might be like a death or some sort of injury that occurred from this. And it gives them a catalog for them to review and look into. And if there's enough of these notifications, they'll look into the particular drug or supplement or company selling the drug or supplement, see if it is in fact actually causing harm. And if it is, then they can like ban it or, you know, do whatever. That's what happened with the hydroxycut weight loss supplements that had ephedra in it. There were a bunch of people who had sudden cardiac death from ephedra, and there was a bunch of notices given to the FDA saying that X person was taking hydroxycut, which had ephedra. They died. We suspect that the deaths were from the hydroxycut ephedra. And then sure enough, the FDA took action and banned ephedra in these weight loss products like hydroxycut. So it's a similar thing. That doesn't mean the retatrutide he took caused his liver failure and death. It's just that it was a notice basically given to this medicine government like watchdog thing. So it's just pure speculation. That is literally the only thing I could find. An unconfirmed report where a random doctor suspected that there may be an association. So as of to date, there has not been a single confirmed death associated with the use of any peptide from any source, prescribed or black market or otherwise. There has, in fact, been severe injury and death with over-the-counter fucking supplements, like these pre-workouts where they have high amounts of caffeine, energy drinks. There have been a number of supplements that have had products that cause liver damage that have had to be taken off the market. There's been a bunch of products that have been found to contain banned stimulants and prohormones and steroids. Shit like that that have caused injuries and deaths. So Greg, clutching his pearls over him promoting peptides when there's a completely unregulated supplement industry that has caused injury and death, like it makes no sense.
Source. Do your own research before purchasing. Code ERIC. And so, what research should these people be doing? The majority of his fans are teenagers. And so it's bad enough when guys like Sam Sulik are...
So this is like the most retarded shit. It's not Eric English's job to parent his audience. He wants to make money. He wants to have a business. And this is a way for him to make money. If it's up to these kids' parents to like monitor what their kids are doing. Like Eric English could have an OnlyFans account. I don't know if he's old enough yet. I don't know if he's 18, but assuming he's 18, he could have an OnlyFans account where he has videos of him jerking off or having sex with girls or whatever. That is inappropriate content for the majority of the fans that watch him. Like maybe most of them are underage. Like, are you going to say, according to YouTube statistics, the 54% of your fans are under the age of 17 and they can't be watching that? Okay, well, he's an adult. He can do whatever the fuck he wants on the internet as long as it's legal. And if he wants to sell OnlyFans content, he has that right. And if you don't think children should be watching porn, then that's up to the parents to fucking monitor their kids' internet usage.
Promoting research chemical sites, which is exactly what this is. This is not all FDA approved. I went on this.
Guess what, Greg? Your supplements aren't FDA approved. Name one fucking supplement that you sell that has FDA approval. None. So what the fuck do you care about FDA approval? That's fucking retarded. And again, we know for a fact that there are plenty of supplements that are on the market that are potentially dangerous, have in fact killed people, and the FDA has taken action against them to pull the supplements off the market. Jacked 3D is a great example of that, because it was found that a bunch of people did die taking it, and it did end up containing a banned substance.
Site, I noticed many of the things they're selling, they're not even FDA approved. And so it's
Not a single supplement that Greg sells is FDA approved, so complete hypocrite.
not as if it's Algo RX that's selling everything from doctors above board to adults. This is a teenager promoting peptides.
By the way, let me look at, fuck. What is, so Algo RX, does Algo RX provide retatrutide? Let me see if I can just get a AI. No, Algo RX does not provide or prescribe retatrutide. Okay. Let me see if they have any peptides. Based on available information, AlgoRx is not officially after the peptide TB500, while their platform provides various prescription treatments, metabolic therapies. TB500 not listed on the medication page. Clomiphene. Tirzepatide blend. Glycine and B12. That's fucking weird. Ezetimibe. Sermorelin. So this is the art. Sermorelin FDA. Is Sermorelin FDA approved? It is. Okay. Some of these are weird. I've never even heard of some of these. Cabergoline. Is Cabergoline FDA approved? I think it is. I'm just trying to see if everything is in fact FDA approved. Metformin. NAD plus. Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide is not FDA approved for any specific medical condition disease. So there you go. AlgoRx selling a, I guess technically it's considered a supplement, but again, it's not FDA approved. Tamoxifen, I know that is FDA approved. Lipomino, a compound injectable formulation designed to support energy production. That probably is not FDA approved. Lipomino is not FDA approved for weight loss. These injections are generally offered as compounded supplements or at a medical spas. FDA does not evaluate compounded products for safety efficacy in the same manner as approved pharmaceuticals. Not FDA approved. Anastrozole, I know that's FDA approved. Lipo B, methionine, choline chloride. Okay, so that's just a supplement. Biomet. I've never heard of this. The fuck is that? I think that's FDA approved. Yeah, that is. PT141. Peptide. was approved by the FDA. Rapamycin. They sell rapamycin? Rapamycin is that is FDA approved. That's really fucking weird. And they sell it as a longevity supplement. Rapamycin is used to suppress your immune system, and it's used for transplant patients so that their immune system doesn't attack the transplant they have. Like that's fucking weird. Oxytocin nasal spray. Has that been FDA approved? It is FDA approved. Methylene blue, which I can guarantee you that's not FDA approved. I don't know why that. Oh, I see. Oh no, it is. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's like some weird blood disease thing. It's FDA approved for some blood disease, but
Jasmine and Pat threesome.
Traxolone, Suvastatin. So there you go. There are some things on here that aren't FDA approved. So again, doesn't really matter, does it, when Greg's selling it? But the FDA approval thing, it's completely fucking meaningless. Like, it's FDA approval matters to the extent it matters. Like, again, you don't want people selling just like being able to put whatever fucking medications to market without adequate research and safety testing. Like, that's what the FDA is good at doing. But it doesn't prove that the drug is safe. There's plenty of FDA-approved drugs that have horrible fucking side effects and can kill you. It's just that it's proven to treat a given disease, and it's the best drug available for it. And again, there's plenty of drugs that are clearly fucking safe and effective, like the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine. Those weren't FDA approved when they were initially rolled out, and again, they saved potentially millions of fucking lives. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude. So again, this FDA approval thing is fucking stupid, and it's weird that he's talking about Elgo RX. That's not the only thing he sells. Like his supplement line, harder than the last time. None of those have FDA approval.
Peptides to teenagers. And so where does it stop?
What does he mean he's selling peptides to teenagers? So literally, like anybody with internet access and somehow has access to a credit card, presumably a teenager could buy it, right? I'm sure there are plenty of fucking teenagers that are underage that have access to an OnlyFans account because their parents don't love them and they can just use their credit card willy-nilly. That doesn't mean OnlyFans deliberately markets to teenagers. Like there's plenty of things that teens could potentially have access to just because of the nature of, online retail. Like this is the most dishonest fucking way of looking at shit.
I thought this was a good interview, not sure if you've seen it yet. Probably his last real interview.
What do people fundamentally misunderstand about you?
Oh, wow, about me? Oh my gosh. I'm the most misunderstood individual in history.
In history?
5 years or something. I don't even know why
Yeah,
they're doing
he's clearly not mentally well.
But if they really question why they're doing it, it's a...
Like, you can see the crazy eyes. He's got the crazy eyes. He didn't have the crazy eyes before, but he's got the crazy eyes. He also did that weird jaw thing. I don't know exactly what he did. Some people think he got injections into his jaw. He might have just done some, like, weird, crazy fucking jaw muscle training. But especially from like a front shot, he looks really uncanny and weird. Yeah, like this. He looks really fucking weird. That shit isn't really particularly interesting. I'm not gonna bother watching it. But thanks for the donation, Alan.
The next thing he's going to get is a gambling sponsorship or perhaps start promoting OF. Teenage.
What is the problem with Eric promoting OnlyFans? Again, it's not his job to parent his audience.
Are not smart enough to do their own research. You're not even smart.
That's great. Apparently teenagers are smart enough to get access to their parents' credit card, and that's not Eric's problem. That's their parents' problem.
Enough to do your own research. You're all idiots and morons, and it's only getting worse. And I mean, his other post on Instagram, it says, "First day learning to drive, my dad is letting me use his van. I drove on the wrong side of the road." He's 6 feet tall and 16 years old. He says that on his Instagram post. And so we have a guy promoting peptides before he even knows how to drive. And so I clicked on this peptide site, and this is what happened. Age verification. Are you 20?
Oh no. Is he gonna like bullshit about, oh, age verifications don't work?
21 or older. And then so I first put no, and then it took me away, and I put yes, and it brought me to it. Do you really think it's going to ask you for your ID?
Okay, so if Greg is saying no online retailer should be able to sell anything to anyone unless they verify their age, like via the use of ID, is Greg therefore in favor of banning fucking porn or literally anything that you wouldn't want a minor to have access to? That would include things like graphic R-rated movies, like on Netflix. That would include literature that would maybe be deemed inappropriate for minors. So like name a manga series. You probably wouldn't want like a 12-year-old reading Berserk. There's a lot of rape and violence in it and shit. Like, is Greg saying literally everything online should be completely censored and blocked unless there's some sort of government ID process and everyone has to give up their private fucking information to some kind of government agency that's going to be hacked, and then everybody's data is going to be stolen, and then, you know, their social security can get stolen, like plenty of personal information can be stolen where they might get access to their bank accounts, identity theft can occur. Is that what Greg is saying? Like, if not, then like what fucking point is he like fucking making? Do you think we should have like the government just overseeing every fucking thing we do online unless we give up our fucking personal identity?
Oh, enter your passport. No.
Like, by the way, Greg, like anybody can watch Greg's content on YouTube. Greg has made a ton of videos talking about the use of performance-enhancing drugs, which are illegal in most countries. If you watch any of these videos, not only does he just give a like educational overview of these drugs, but he tells you how to take them, and he tells you like a bunch of the benefits. Like the way he talks about it, it's very strongly suggested that, like, there's a strong suggestion that you probably might want to try taking it. Anybody has access to this, including underage teenagers. So should Greg's content be blocked unless you give your government ID? Like, would Greg want that? Like, this guy is just such a fucking retard. Should 12-year-olds be able to watch videos like that, Greg? 21st only $2. What looks worse, Greg's hair system or Frankie's eyes? Oh, definitely Frank's eyes. You can't get worse than that. Greg doesn't have a hair system. He just got hair, like he just got implanted hair. Thanks for the donation on the 21st.
You click if you're 21 or old.
Yeah, and Greg was arrested and convicted for trafficking drugs, and again, with 100% certainty, he helped sell drugs to underage kids. Like, like, what the fuck?
Older, and you go in. Subscribe right now to get 15% off your first order. Your code WELCOME15. Real results. Ultra pure lab tested compounds trusted by researchers worldwide. No fillers, no gimmicks, just science. Bullshit. You guys realize it's 2026 and anyone can promote anything? Anyone can grab whatever peptides come from China and say, hey, it's been tested. Here's a report. AI can report anything.
Yeah, so I have a number of things to say about this. For one thing, the supplement industry is completely and utterly unregulated. This is well documented. The majority of supplements sold over the counter either do not have the ingredients that are claimed to be in the supplement, full stop, or they are massively underdosed. So if you buy, let's say, a box of melatonin or something, there's a very good chance that there either may not be any melatonin in the product whatsoever, or the dose is halved. And there's no regulatory mechanism in place to prevent that from happening. The only thing you can do is report it to the FDA if you get your own independent testing done, but nobody does that. So, Greg is like saying, "Oh, how do you know these peptides are actually what they say they are?" That's the case with supplements, including the supplements that Greg sells. I'm pretty sure Greg does now do his due diligence, and he's learned his lesson. We'll talk about that. But I'm fairly fucking certain he doesn't have a lab report for all the supplements he sells. So he has a research link. There's ingredients, but again, there's no lab report actually confirming all these ingredients are within the product. And again, there's just simple nutrition facts. So there's no lab report whatsoever. So Greg is saying, how do you know that you're actually getting what you're saying? We have no idea if there's vitamin C in this product, or calcium, or sodium, or L-citrulline, or beta-alanine, or if these doses on the label are even remotely accurate. So you, like Greg, could be selling you sawdust in this jar. And there's no regulatory mechanism in place to ensure that Greg has to sell a supplement that is properly and accurately labeled. He could literally just put cow piss in these products and sell it. And until somebody, say, tests this and reports it to the FDA and says, hey, this is a fucking scam or something, he can get away with scamming everybody. I think with his Turk product, he was... at one point he had a lab report, but he has a guarantee, research, which doesn't link to a lab report, ingredients, which again, no lab report. There's directions, nutrition facts. So there's no lab report. Again, this Turk Platinum, it could just have sawdust in these capsules and you'd have no way of knowing. There's no lab report. And again, Greg is making this argument, even if there's a lab report, well, he could just manufacture it with AI. Now, I'm not saying he's doing that. And we'll get to how that relates to peptides. He probably has a market incentive to ensure that there is, in fact, Turk in this product, because there may be some savvy individuals who get this independently third-party tested, and he doesn't want to be caught with his pants down selling bullshit. That's also the case with the peptide industry. Guess what? A lot of people who use peptides, they get third-party independent testing done, and they don't want the news getting out that they're selling fake peptides, because if that happens, they'll lose reputation, they'll lose business, people won't buy from them, and then they'll buy from a reputable seller. So there's market incentives that do help ensure that these peptides are legitimate. On top of that, with a lot of good peptide sellers, they actually show a lab report. A lot of them actually get testing through Janishik, which is the kind of premier drug tester right now. And you can order your peptides. You can see what batch number or lot number they have. You can verify whether or not the lab report is legitimate. And again, you can also get your own independent third-party testing. What's funny is a bunch of news organizations tried to play this game where they said, oh, you have no idea what you're getting from China. And then they got third-party independent testing, and it turned out it's exactly what it said on the label. So, and then they had to say, oh, well, it was real this time, but you never know, right? So, again, if you order from what is considered a good reputable peptide website, there's a 99.9% chance that you are actually getting the peptide. Whereas if you buy any over-the-counter supplement, there's a very good chance you're getting fucking scammed, essentially, because the supplements are very typically underdosed or don't even contain, the ingredients that are on the label. On top of that, guess what Greg did not too long ago? He was selling fake turkesterone. He was selling a product that he called Turk Builder. It turned out they didn't do proper lab testing on it. It contained an ecdysteroid where if you don't get, HPLC testing, so it's liquid, it's something liquid chromatography. If you don't get proper liquid chromatography on the supplement, it'll show up as turkesterone when you do the testing because it's so molecularly similar. Greg was selling fake turkesterone. He got called out for it. He made up a bunch of fucking ridiculous excuses. He was saying, how was I supposed to know? Everyone did it, and you guys asked me to make the supplement. I didn't even want to do it. He made a bunch of excuses. He then later said, oh, it doesn't even matter that turkesterone isn't in the product because it still works. So Greg was literally caught with his pants down selling a fake fucking supplement. And now this fucking jackass is saying, oh, these peptides could be fake. Well, we know for a fact you've done the same oopsie. You were selling fake supplements. So I guess nobody should buy your fucking supplements because clearly you cannot be trusted to sell real legitimate supplements. So nobody should buy peptides and nobody should buy Greg's supplements, right? Yeah, so Greg is a massive fucking hypocrite and a complete fucking retard.
You can create any documentation that you want. I looked through at what they were selling, and many of the compounds.
The testosterone I take is FDA approved. I am taking nandrolone phenylpropionate right now, which is FDA approved. It's just to help heal my shoulder. It's a really small dose. I'm on 5 milligrams right now. Before it caused insomnia, I just started off with 2 milligrams, then 3 milligrams, then 4, then 5. And so far so good. Haven't had insomnia from it. And the Tren I'm on might be helping. Tren actually helps me sleep. That's FDA approved. Boldenone I take isn't FDA approved. Tren isn't FDA approved. And Masteron that I'm on right now, that's not FDA approved. Growth hormone is FDA approved. So some things I'm on are FDA approved, some aren't. Things can also go off of FDA approval. Masteron was at one point FDA approved. So was Boldenone, and so was Tren actually at one point. Tren did have FDA approval at one point in time. So like again, it's kind of arbitrary.
Are not FDA approved. I don't even need to get into which.
Turkesterone is not FDA approved, and we know you're selling fake turkesterone at one point. And on your website, there's no lab testing for each batch of turkesterone you sell. So you could very well be selling fake supplements.
ones are FDA approved and which ones are not. But if a company is selling things that say not for human consumption or research chemicals only, it's not for you to use.
So this is the most retarded fucking thing you could possibly fucking say. The only reason they say research purposes only is because of the research exemption. This is the only way they can sell the products. So if they're selling this for human use, they can't sell it. There's that legality loophole. None of that means these peptides are dangerous. It's just a legality loophole. Greg would be doing the exact same thing. The exact same thing if that were the case with turkesterone. So if the FDA stepped in and said turkesterone is not a product that is approved for human consumption and they made some new regulation, guess what Greg would do? He would change the thing on the website saying not for human consumption, for research purposes only. The idea that Greg would stop selling turkesterone and cut his income probably in half, if not more, because, government regulation is fucking ridiculous. Like, again, this is the same guy who was caught fucking smuggling drugs across the US-Canada border. So the idea that this guy cares about the fucking law is just... He cares about the law to the extent that he can get arrested. That's the only thing he cares about the law. So Greg would be doing the exact same fucking thing if regulations changed with any of the supplements he sells. Give me a fucking break.
Hi VG, I don't get why there's a stigma for peptides. They're effective as hell.
There's probably 2 or 3 basic reasons. One, they, like, at least most of them, they require needles to use. Like, you have to reconstitute them and inject them with needles. Like, some you can use with a nasal spray, like melanotan. And some do have an oral formulation, like BPC 157. It was actually initially made as an oral tablet. But pretty much all of these, you inject them, and there's just a weird social stigma with anything that requires needles. 2, people don't really know what peptides are, and when there's kind of this mystery to something where people are ignorant, a lot of people have an irrational fear. Like, that's what happened with the COVID vaccine. That's what happens with vaccines in general. There's a lot of people who don't understand how vaccines work. They're scientifically illiterate, and it just causes an irrational fear in people, and they just have an aversion to it. And third, I have a suspicion that there's actually basically a disinformation campaign probably perpetuated by the pharmaceutical industry to make these peptides seem like unsafe or dangerous, because like, people are now trying to self-medicate and go outside of the pharmaceutical system. So say if you have like some kind of injury that you want help with, well, rather than going to the doctor and getting, say, pain medication or cortisone injections, something like that, they're just going to a peptide website and ordering TB500 or BPC 157 to like help heal an injury or tendon or something. And even with weight loss drugs, rather than going to their doctor and trying to get prescribed, Ozempic or tirzepatide or something like Wegovy, which would give money to the pharmaceutical industry, disproportionate amount of money to the pharmaceutical industry because they're so much more expensive that route. They're going to these peptide websites. And I've noticed this peptide scare. The mainstream media was the ones who started this whole thing, the dangers of peptides. Ooh, don't trust peptides coming from China. A lot of the mainstream media makes their money through advertising from the pharmaceutical industry, like, Pfizer. that was a big controversy during the COVID pandemic because the mainstream media was promoting the vaccine and they get a huge amount of their money through marketing and ad revenue through companies like Pfizer who are making the vaccine. So there may actually be a targeted disinformation campaign where these pharmaceutical companies that are paying the mainstream media, they may be pressuring them to put out these news stories saying, don't take these peptides, they're potentially dangerous, you don't know what you're getting, so that people go down the traditional pharmaceutical route and get overpriced medications or medications that aren't even necessarily appropriate for them, when they could just be taking peptides that are far cheaper and may in fact be more efficacious than standard treatment. So that's a possibility. Like, I don't have any proof of that, but I'm kind of suspicious since, again, it's the mainstream media. Of all things to clutch your pearls at, like, alcohol is perfectly legal. There's 2.6 million deaths attributed to alcohol, and there hasn't been a single death attributed to any peptide. So like, why is the mainstream media, like, giving a shit about these fucking peptides? It's a little weird. Thanks for the donation there, Rec.
To be fair, China is a shitbag country, though.
Yeah, but they do make good, cheap, affordable peptides and steroids, so I gotta give them that. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
Lab tested, 99% plus purity, research use only.
When they say 99% plus purity, that may be true with certain peptides. There's some, like Retta, where I have generally seen like 99% purity. With something like growth hormone, that's a lot higher to get a high purity. Generally, it's around 96 to 97% pure. So sometimes it's easy with peptides to get an extremely high purity. Some others, it's very difficult. By the way, pharmaceutical standard for growth hormone is 91% purity. So these peptides from China, like the growth hormone from China, usually has higher purity than the pharmaceutical American growth hormone. So like when you hear some of these purity numbers, you have to put it into context that, like, actual approved drugs, they don't necessarily have these purity numbers, and you have higher purity coming out of these factories from China.
For laboratory research purposes only. None of you are buying it for research purposes only in your laboratory. Injecting...
Oh, the government's telling me that I can't take it. Oh, I have to listen to the government. I'm a fucking brain-dead, mindless sheep. I have to do everything the government says. Well, guess what? Alcohol is legal. You can buy it over the fucking counter. The government has no problem with you fucking poisoning yourself, ruining your health, and ruining your fucking life with alcohol. But for some reason, they have a problem with you buying peptides online. Isn't that weird? They're fine with you buying literal fucking poison, but peptides that have proven efficacy. And again, some of these peptides are in fact FDA approved, like the GLP-1 agonists. It's just that this is the GLP-1 agonists that are sold on these websites. They're not being sold through, approved pharmacies. Again, they still have that stupid research exemption. That's bad. Buying tirzepatide from a fucking Chinese supplier. Oh, it's only for research purposes. The government says that's bad, even though the drug is proven to save lives. But the government's fine with you buying alcohol. The government's also fine with you buying cigarettes. That's government approved. So is Greg saying cigarettes and alcohol are better than fucking research peptides because the government approves it? Well, clearly government approval doesn't fucking matter then, does it? So why the fuck are you making this argument? Oh, that's right, it's because Greg is a disingenuous fucktard and he doesn't want you buying drugs that are actually fucking effective because then you won't buy his stupid fucking dumb fuck supplements.
Or consuming these products orally is not considered research in a laboratory. You are breaking the law, and
you're not breaking the law. So if you look at the peptide regulations in the United States and Canada, the research exemption is only for the sellers.
And speaking of illness, VG, that BTW, once again conservatives are going to do nothing about.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. The research exemption thing is only for the people selling it. So in order to sell it, you need to say for research purposes only. To use it, you don't need to be a researcher. You can look at the laws in Canada. You can look at the laws in the United States. It is legal to buy, possess, and use these products. Greg is fucking lying, and he is knowingly lying.
So health officials today are trying to figure out what's behind a surge in that parasitic illness we've been telling you about, the one that's making people super sick with the explosive diarrhea, with the fatigue, with the bloating. Now, health officials think this could all be caused by contaminated produce. They've seen outbreaks before linked to things like raspberries, basil, those pre-chopped bags of mixed lettuce at the grocery store. This thing shows no sign of slowing down with this spread, right? More than 1,200 cases across a dozen states right now. By the way, in Michigan alone, 700. Yikes. Normally, Michigan, in like a typical year, sees about 50 cases. So this is way up. Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now. Why is it way up? What's going on here?
Yeah, Hallie, a couple of things are happening. It's warm weather, and that's definitely a source of cyclospora, which is causing this illness. Is a single cell parasite that just loves this type of weather. On top of that, we've seen record cases because doctors are looking for it. You mentioned that the symptoms are pretty typical of like what we would say is explosive diarrhea. That tends to lead people to come into a doctor's office. But once we know that this is happening, we start to try to track this down, and thus we find even more cases. It has to do with contaminated water, with human feces, getting into that produce, covering low-lying fruits and vegetables, typically cilantro, basil, mixed lettuce, as you mentioned. Those are things that I would warn people. You don't need to avoid, but you need to be very careful in washing those items. And something that we don't talk about enough, open water sources, ponds, lakes. It's summer, so we're in a lot of those settings, and that's contributing to the rise too, Hallie.
Well, I hope I don't get that. I don't like diarrhea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Greg is such a jackass.
Yeah, I get it. You don't care. You're adults. Adults can do what they want, but what about teenagers? What if this was your son?
Well, if I had children, I assume I'd be a responsible parent and monitor their online activity, and also not just give them carte blanche access to my credit card or any kind of payment information. And I wouldn't let them buy peptides and shit online or steroids if I thought that was inappropriate for them. Like, again, any e-commerce children could potentially have access to if they have irresponsible parents. So is Greg saying nothing should be able to be sold online that is inappropriate for children unless there is some kind of government oversight where you are forced to give your government fucking ID and prove your identification? You can buy alcohol online. Should you not be able to do that because a child could do it?
Eric English, he has a dad. Now, tragically, he lost his mom, but we need to start talking about this. I was talking with Noel Diesel, who's also going to make a video about this, because we...
By the way, this whole teenager steroid thing is like such a complicated fucking topic. Like saying that kids should not take steroids. It's not as simple as that. It's very clear the earlier you take steroids, the more of a benefit you get from them. So if you have an interest in becoming like a bodybuilder or a strength athlete, so like powerlifter, strongman, or just an athlete in general, so like an Olympic weightlifter, wrestler, really the earlier you take steroids, the better. There seems to be some there seems to be some sort of genomic plasticity where steroids just have more performance enhancing benefits the younger you take them. Arnold Schwarzenegger started taking steroids when he was 15. Apparently, his pediatrician prescribed him Dianabol. He was also able to get nandrolone, I think, when he was in his teens as well. Larry Wheels started taking steroids when he was 16. There's a lot of very famous professional athletes, like basically whose entire careers and like who's made millions of fucking dollars and became super famous were due to them starting steroids when they were in their teens. Dmitry Klokov. There's so many Russian weightlifters who and athletes, period, who started taking steroids in their teens, and their athletic success and the fame and money they got from it are due to them taking steroids when they were in their teens, and their lives were overall benefited from it. And you're gonna have a hard time making an argument that in any way they were affected negatively from it. Like, again, Arnold Schwarzenegger, he started taking steroids when he was in his teens. That probably allowed him to become, the Mr. Olympia when he was in his 20s, and allowed him to get the Conan the Barbarian role, and then allowed him to get the Terminator role. And then, like, he became this, like, super fucking insanely rich, famous actor. It didn't affect his fertility. He has 2 fucking sons, at least. We know there's 2 sons that we know of, but given his sexual activities, he might have other illegitimate children. And he doesn't seem to have any negative health effects from it. Like, the guy's elderly. He's, like, what, in his 80s now? He's still fine. He appears to be in good health. So, like, was it bad that Arnold Schwarzenegger took steroids when he was in his teens? Like, if that was necessary for him to have the life he has, you can't just say it was a bad idea. So, like, at the end of the day, like, yeah, there's a certain amount of agency that kids should and should not have. But, like, they are their own agents, and, like, parents can only do so much to, monitor their children. And look, if Eric English had, like, an actual discussion with his parents about his steroid use and what he wants from his life, and, they had a serious talk about, the risks and benefits and everything, and how it could affect his career and future and health, and his parents came to the conclusion that, it may be a good idea to let their son, do what he thinks is right and make his own mistakes, even at the age of 16. Guess what? It's his parents' fucking decision. He's not your kid. So even if you don't agree with it, it's not your kid. Like, you don't own him. So, like, and again, there's a lot of other things that that parents, have to decide for their kids that, you might not agree with, but, like, again, it's not up to you. Contact sports, for instance. There are parents who put their kids in football, and we know for a fact football causes brain damage and CTE. Is that worse or better than taking steroids? There are parents that decide, what religion their kid is going to follow. Is that a good thing for their kid to become Christian or a Muslim or a Jewish or Sikh or a Jain? Like, again, it's not really up for you to decide. It's the parent's choice, right? And to some extent, like, the child also has some amount of agency. It's also not up for you to decide what school they go to. Like, there's a lot of things that you may not agree with how people raise their children, but, like, at the end of the day, I think parents should just be able to let their kids, like, it's up to them. So, like, I don't know, if we live in a world where it's okay to put your kids in a sport where it causes brain damage, I don't see how you could say it's completely and utterly out of the question and inappropriate to let kids use steroids at 16. Like, I don't know. I'd rather take steroids than have brain damage, right? So, like, what are we doing here?
We've had enough. The fitness industry is cooked, and it's only getting worse. Now, when you have a research chemical site, a peptide site, and you start hiring teenagers, you are at fault. Eric English is 16. You really think he's smart enough, intelligent enough?
There is no legal issue with allowing a 16-year-old to promote a peptide website. There's no regulation with peptides. So, yeah, as far as I understand, teenagers can order peptides. I don't know of any law that anybody would be violating buying and using peptides. And again, you could say the same thing with supplements. The industry is completely unregulated. There's supplements that are potentially dangerous for minors. They're able to buy them and sell them.
To know the ramifications of what he's doing? Of course he doesn't. That's why kids...
That is completely and utterly untrue. Make an argument for that. How in the fuck is something like steroids or peptides like a thing that somebody who's at the age of 16 wouldn't be able to understand the potential consequences of? Make the argument. That's absolutely untrue.
Kids have parents and or a guardian to make sure they don't do stupid shit like this. And so if a parent allows this, he's taking advantage of a kid. If somebody throws money at him, hey, here's $10,000, $100,000, $1 million to sell his soul. Hey, promote gambling.
Is Greg really saying that it would be a bad thing for Eric English in particular to make $1 million selling peptides? Like, as if that would be a bad thing for his life? Like, versus being broke and poor?
Gambling, promote OF, promote peptides, steroids,
Gambling, you could make an argument, is like, not a good thing for society, but OnlyFans, like, really? Guess what? Like it or not, humans are sexual beings. We have an interest in sex, both for, like, just in our personal lives, for relationships, and also for entertainment. Again, most things in moderation. There's a certain amount of porn that's probably harmful. There's a certain amount of porn that's probably beneficial. What the fuck is the fundamental problem with something like OnlyFans?
brag to the world about how you, my friend, are breaking the law. It's
He's not breaking the law.
illegal for Eric English to use steroids.
Okay, who cares? I don't know what state he lives in, but once he's of age, it would be legal for him to drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes. But it would still be illegal for him to use steroids. Alcohol and cigarettes are far more dangerous and harmful than steroids, whereas steroids actually are beneficial and have therapeutic benefit. So, like, who cares about the law? Nobody. Like laws are stupid and arbitrary.
He's not natural. He lives in the United States. Are they going to go to his front door and arrest him? Put him in jail? Of course not. They're not doing that. But what about the parents?
Yeah, why would they? Who the fuck cares? Buddy, like, how many fucking teenage kids get access to alcohol, by the way? Like that's a pretty normal thing. And again, the idea that a teenager would be more harmed by steroids than from alcohol. Like, are you kidding? Like, cigarettes as well. The amount of teenage kids who smoke cigarettes is through the fucking roof. As if steroids would be more dangerous than cigarettes.
Parents, is it not the responsibility of the parents to ensure that their kids don't do stupid shit like this?
Why is it stupid? Again, he's getting jacked, strong as fuck, making money. Who knows? He could be the next Arnold Schwarzenegger, getting big movie roles and all that crap. Was it stupid for Arnold Schwarzenegger to use steroids, knowing every decision he made positively affected him in his career and life? It's not your decision to make. It's his life, and he's not your son. Like, fuck you, Greg.
If Eric was being given recreational substances from his parents, or if his parents were not letting him eat, or if he was being physically touched in an inappropriate way.
So, false equivalence. Taking steroids at 16 is not the same thing as sexually molesting a child.
Would they not take him away? Would the government not ensure that...
So this is just fucking stupid. Like, again, there are plenty of underage kids who end up getting access to cigarettes and alcohol. It's very normal. Like there's certain areas of the UK where cigarette smoking among minors is the norm. The majority of minors smoke cigarettes. Again, like it or not, children are their own agents. Like, they're actual individual human beings, and they can be hard to control, and you can't, like, realistically be there wherever they fucking are to prevent them from doing something stupid. So just because a kid has access to steroids or cigarettes or alcohol, that doesn't mean the parents are being negligent. Parents have to go to work and make money. And there's probably some kind of time frame between when the parents go to work and the kids aren't at school where they're going to be able to do something they might not supposed to be doing. That's not the parents' fault, you fucking idiot. Like, is Greg seriously fucking saying that if a kid does anything illegal, the kid should be taken away? This guy doesn't even have kids. Like, who the fuck is he to say, like, any of this shit?
Bad things are not happening to our children. And so...
You don't have kids. Go fuck yourself.
Bad things are happening to our children. It needs to stop. We can't keep allowing this.
Like, again, by the way, the majority of kids within my friend group in high school drank alcohol illegally as minors. Is he saying every single one of those fucking kids should be taken away from their parents, despite that not being the parents' fault?
The peptide company that's promoting this guy, it needs to be taken down. The father who allows his son...
No. Let's not take down peptide websites because they're not doing anything illegal and they're giving access to very beneficial drugs like GLP-1 agonists at a much cheaper price point and are far more accessible than you can get from a fucking doctor, and these drugs save lives. Like, this is like, Greg is literally saying, let's kill people by cutting their access to GLP-1 agonists.
Son to do this also needs to be taken down. It's not just one person. Thousands of people are going to be influenced at the tender age of...
So, like, tell me what exactly is the worst case scenario. A teenage kid who's into lifting hurts their elbow, sees Eric English's peptide website, does a little Google and finds, oh, TB500 heals injuries. Orders TB500 with their parents' credit card, uses TB500, and then they're fine. Nothing happens. Maybe their elbow heals faster than it otherwise would. That's the worst case scenario. And Greg is throwing a fucking fit over this.
12, 13, 14 years of age to do the same thing as Eric.
Like, and again, may I remind you, Greg has a ton of videos on his channel talking about steroids, how to take them, and talking about all the fucking benefits, results you can get from them, how they make you stronger, have androgenic effects that you might like. Do you think this is appropriate content for a minor to watch? Are you going to age restrict this? Like, Greg's just a fuckwit.
To follow in his footsteps. To use illegal or perhaps dangerous drugs. Do you really want that? Oh, it's not a big deal.
How are they dangerous? Like, please explain to me how any of the fucking peptides on the website are dangerous. Show me the safety data.
Look away. You're just jealous. Really? What is...
By the way, Greg sells pre-workout supplements that have caffeine in it, and you can very easily just do something stupid and take way too high of a dose, and then get arrhythmias and die. Like, is Greg gonna age restrict his website and make sure children can't get access to it?
Wrong with you? What is wrong with the fitness industry? Best sellers, Ratatouille.
Oh, retatrutide, the drug that literally saves lives, treats type 2 diabetes, prevents cancer, prevents heart disease, lowers risk of all-cause mortality, and is as effective for weight loss as gastric bypass surgery. God forbid somebody buy this drug and benefit from it, right?
Tried. It's not approved for human consumption.
My God. Okay, not approved for human consumption. Alcohol and cigarettes are approved for human consumption, according to the government. So Greg is saying it's okay to take cigarettes and alcohol because the government says it's okay, but do not buy retatrutide. Secondly, it's not FDA approved now. If it was FDA approved, would Greg be saying anything different? I can guarantee you this website sells semaglutide and tirzepatide, which do have FDA approval. You want to bet he's not going to mention those peptides in this entire video? So he singled out the one GLP agonist that hasn't gone through all phases of human trials that will be FDA approved because it's a highly beneficial drug and more effective than semaglutide or tirzepatide. It just doesn't have FDA approval right now. Just so we can make this argument, it's not FDA approved. Like, this guy is the most disingenuous fucking jackass fucking imaginable.
It is not allowed to be prescribed.
So first of all, it is technically. I have a friend who lives in the United States. His TRT clinic does have the ability to prescribe retatrutide. So what he's saying is not entirely true. Just because a drug isn't FDA approved, that doesn't mean it can't be administered by a doctor. It just depends. It depends on the country you live in. It depends on the regulations. You can, in fact, like, there's so much wrong with this. So much fucking wrong.
Is a research chemical. Just because Mr. Mike says it's...
Well, cigarettes aren't a research chemical, so I guess cigarettes are better than retatrutide. Like, again, what sense does this make? Like, it makes absolutely no sense, and it's completely incoherent. There's no argument being made here. He's just making some irrational moral standard for no reason, just so that he can promote his own supplement company. And he's playing this anti-competitive game where he's trying to convince everybody not to take a competitor's product. I'm going to make a video on this. I think I might make a video on it tomorrow. Like, this is just so fucking annoying. I just got to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. 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 Oh, hey, Gum Gum. How you doing, little baby? Oh. Oh, my goodness. Look who I got. I got a big Gum Gum. Do you guys see this? I got a big Gum Gum. See this Gum Gum? Mm. He is so nice. See this nice baby? He is so good. I love this baby. Smells good too. Oh, I love kitty smell. That is a good kitty. Smells so good. Yeah, that's a good kitty. Looking very large. What's your current body weight? Weighed in at 224 this morning. And thank you. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
President Trump there in the Oval with Iraq's new prime minister talking about a new chapter between nations. It was no secret that Donald Trump did not like the former prime minister, Nouri al-Maliki, thought he was too closely aligned with Iran. So now he's bringing in the new prime minister to send a message that he's going to help Baghdad dismantle Iran-backed militias, something that we have seen back to the Iraq War decades ago.
Hey, nice. Oh. Oh, Gummy's making biscuits. Oh, his paws are so big. Gummy. Oh my god, you're like a big panther. Look at those paws. Those are such big kitty paws. Oh, you are so handsome. Oh, those are good biscuits. Yeah, my sweet little biscuit maker. Oh, I love you. I love that he goes to bed with me.
Trump saying we're also going to make oil deals. There's a lot of oil to be had, he says. So it's a quid pro quo. Meanwhile, al-Zaidi, the new prime minister, he wants, President Trump to help him with partnerships in developing the country, strengthening the economy, attracting investors to come into Iraq, and just expanding U.S. companies and implementing infrastructure projects, as he said. Of course, advancing, hopefully, cooperation within Iraq's oil and energy sectors, something clearly the President Trump is very interested in. Let's bring in our Karen Travers. She was listening as well. She's just outside the Oval there.
Yeah, it sounds like all good news. At least now it sounds like they're taking the fucking Iran thing seriously.
I guess, look, he wants Iraq's support, right, to put more pressure on Iran. But I also think President Trump sees oil.
Yeah, he does, Kira. But I think, that big headline there that the president was pushed on was his social media post from right before that meeting, where he said he was reversing what he said yesterday about that threat of charging a toll for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. This was a big deal yesterday. The president didn't really explain how the United States would do this, but a 20% toll to protect and give safe passage to the ships going through that waterway. Now the president says he won't be doing that. He said that he was on the phone yesterday with kings and emirs, strong partners in the region. He later said it was the leaders of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Kuwait who talked him out of it, is essentially what the president was saying, that they convinced
Yeah, that would be a very bad idea.
him that these countries would do investment and trade deals with the United States if he backed off that threat of charging the fee, the toll, for the ships going through.
Hey, I mean, you can say, like, his ideas are stupid, but he gets deals made. Sounds like all good news. Mamdani takes in World Cup semifinal alongside Rikers Island prisoners. Yeah, it's fucking... This guy wants to release Rikers Island inmates. What a fucking whack job. Fucking hate this dumb cuck.
Dude, look at the Cybertruck.
Like, by the way, some of these people have, like, committed murder, raped children. Like, why the fuck is he watching a soccer game with Rikers Island inmates? It's fucking insane. So, I'm assuming this is all a skit. Oh. Well, there goes your radiator. That's 10x the population. More than 70 million Christians, 175 countries are expected united in October. And what organizers describe as the largest annual prayer gathering. Okay. I don't know if that would do anything.
What the Cold War was fought over, right? So, yeah, I just refuse
Us
to
being able to
accept-
project out that our system was better than theirs was like a key part of winning the Cold War.
And again, importantly, not just that it was better because it was like academically more elegant in its representation, but it was better because, in fact, if you were just trying to get a ham sandwich, you were better off doing that in our political and economic system than in theirs. In other words, there continued to be a direct line.
The tankies are going to be mad at you for that. The tankies. There's a little Stalinist movement coming up on the online left.
Great.
I'm just saying, you're going to get in trouble on Tanky Twitter for saying that it was better. They had good ham sandwiches, I heard, behind the iron.
You know, maybe there's some decent ham sandwiches out there, but it was not a place I'd want to go to the grocery. Right?
That could be a good sign that the guy's like a normie and not sucked into like any weird, crazy leftist shit, but that might also be a bad thing because if this guy's unaware of these political ideologies, then he could be susceptible to getting like manipulated and fucked over by them. I'm not really a fan of Pete Buttigieg anyway. Democrats are just cucked, lying retards. They're just untrustworthy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
God tier doesn't mean you should be using it. These are teenagers.
Look, there's an age restriction on their website. There's no website where they restrict e-commerce to the point where they require ID verification. Like, again, I'm pretty sure just to access OnlyFans, like if you want to buy OnlyFans, they just go based off credit card information. So, like, if you're a content creator, they do require age verification. They do the same thing on Pornhub. Bunch of porn websites, but to actually access these websites, you don't need to verify your age via ID. And there's plenty of shit online. Plenty of shit online that kids probably shouldn't have access to, that they could potentially get access to. And it's just up to the parents to monitor, because we don't want to live in a society with such ridiculously massive government overreach where you need your ID to buy practically fucking anything. Not only would that like just have horrible fucking consequence for surveillance, spying, like identity theft, but that would also have a horrible consequence for e-commerce in general. It would cause economic slowdown like fucking crazy. Like, it's just stupid. Like, look, you can buy 50 Shades of Grey on Amazon. Do you want a 12-year-old reading 50 Shades of Grey? Probably not. Is Greg in favor of like ID verification on OnlyFans to buy anything? Because you can buy 50 Shades of Grey on OnlyFans? Like, he's like, this is just the dumbest moralizing I've ever seen anyone do.
They don't need peptides. They need to go to the gym and eat healthy and a positive role model.
There are definitely teenagers who need peptides. Guess what? Teenagers can be morbidly obese.
Not this fucking bullshit. If you got Sam Sulek with teenagers following him, some of those teenagers are going to follow in Sam Sulek's footsteps. Then the younger teenagers, they do the same thing. And even...
Greg uses steroids. His fame and success are due to steroids. He has an audience of young kids. He absolutely influences them to use steroids, whether he likes it or not. So should Greg shut down his YouTube channel?
And younger guys fall in their footsteps. Got down to as young as Eric English. And Eric English's fans, they are and will be doing the same thing. They don't care, especially when they see him bench pressing over 400 pounds or gaining over.
Like, it's funny how he's using this clip. Okay, so there's Larry Wheels. Is he going to say Larry Wheels is a horrible person because he, like, has a YouTube channel? Like, the idea that Larry Wheels hasn't influenced kids to use steroids would be ridiculous. So kids see Larry Wheels, they like the way he looks, they're extremely impressed with his strength. They also admire that he has this career that he enjoys that is better than, you know, like 99% of jobs that anybody can have. He makes a lot of money. And I'm sure there's plenty of kids who see that and they want to be like Larry, big and strong, successful, making money, doing something they enjoy, like fitness. Should anybody who uses steroids not be allowed to have a YouTube channel due to that? Because they could potentially negatively influence teenagers. Like, this is just the most cringe moralizing I've ever seen, and it's not even logically consistent within Greg's own moral framework.
Over 1 million followers are thinking, well, I want that too. I'll be famous. Girls, guys, whoever, they don't look
Yeah, so Greg should have his YouTube channel shut down.
at me, but now they will. Thanks to peptides, I'm going to be a real man.
I'm pretty sure, despite kids maybe being stupid, they know peptides aren't going to get you jacked. It's steroids.
And then when they get older, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to make videos about how you died way too young. Or...
Oh, my fucking God. So Greg's claiming peptides kill people. Cool, show me the data, Greg. I've literally only been able to find one incident report where a doctor suspected there may have been a connection between his patient having sudden liver failure and death while his patient was taking retatrutide. And it may not have had anything to do with retatrutide. It could have been something to do with him getting a bunk product that had some sort of contamination in it, and it wasn't the Reta, it was some contaminant. It may have had something to do with some other drug he was taking. It could have been entirely coincidental and he had a genetic problem. Like, there's no way to actually link it to the peptide itself. So like Greg is literally saying you will die younger if you take peptides. Where's the fucking evidence for that? You lying fucking dipshit. You just like to lie and make shit up. Oh, you know what? Greg sells turkesterone. You know turkesterone's gonna kill you, right? You know, yeah, sure. You're gonna see like Greg's videos of him saying, "Oh, turkesterone's like steroids." Well, guess what? You're gonna regret it when you're 40, when you're fucking dead. Like that's literally what he's fucking doing. Like, it's that easy. You know what? All of Greg's supplements, everything he fucking sells, it's going to kill you. It's deadly and toxic. It's filled with rat poison. Don't take any of Greg's supplements because he's literally trying to kill you. He's a fucking manipulative psychopath who's trying to commit mass murder, and he's put some sort of toxin in all of his supplements that will kill you by the time you're 40. He's just trying to like get as many people as possible to buy his supplements so that they all get sick and die. Like, what a fucking jackass.
I'll be making videos like I did yesterday. For example, this coach who barely can walk had a heart attack. For the rest of his life, he is going to suffer. People on dialysis.
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with peptides. So,
they're losing kidneys, or guys like Togi who nearly lost his life.
Yes, Togi, the guy who drinks alcohol, smokes cigarettes, does meth, cocaine, and other party drugs. He nearly lost his life due to peptides, right? Not a fucking like party drug overdose. Didn't he like literally get alcohol poisoning or like overdosed on heroin? Wasn't that why he was hospitalized?
Oh, he has no sperm. He can't even have kids. He's in.
So again, if Togi cannot, like I've said this before, steroids do not normally cause infertility. If you have literally zero fertility, despite going through fertility treatments after you've taken steroids, you already had fertility problems. There are plenty of dudes who have taken steroids for decades who conceive children. Arnold Schwarzenegger started taking steroids when he was 15. He has at least 2 children. At least. He may have several illegitimate children. Who the fuck knows? And again, what the fuck does that have to do with peptides? Is Greg, like again, the whole fucking point of this video is Eric English pushing peptides. Greg is claiming Togi cannot conceive children because he took retatrutide? Like, okay.
In his early 20s. When you're young, you think it's a joke.
Like, again, Togi, like, is a fucking trash can. He drinks, smokes, does cocaine, like meth, heroin, everything. And we're gonna blame his health problems on a peptide?
Oh, it's funny. It's funny. Look at me. I have no sperm. Oh, I almost died.
I do not have any sperm, because I have a vasectomy. Should we ban vasectomies because they cause no sperm? If that's an effect that you want, then what's the problem? Like, by the way, there literally are people who take steroids partially because of the effect on infertility. Like, there are people who don't want kids.
Died. When you get older, when you become a parent.
So, by the way, Greg does not have children. He has never wanted children. Like, why is he saying this?
Imagine that's your child laying on that table. Imagine that's.
Yeah, again, if Greg is going to claim peptides are dangerous and they're going to kill you, please show me one single person who's died and the death was attributable to peptides.
Your wife, your husband, your child. Do you really want that?
Yeah, so there's, again, 2.6 million deaths attributable to alcohol, 0 to peptides, and Greg is moralizing about peptides killing children. Right.
To happen. And so you might be thinking, oh, it's not.
Greg is the Candace Owens of the fitness industry.
Yeah, at this point, he basically is. If he makes videos like this, yeah, he is the Candace Owens of the fitness industry. Thanks for the donation, Gold Injector.
Not a big deal. The only reason you think it's not a big deal is because you've been brainwashed to think that it isn't. And
it is not a big deal because it is not a big deal. Not one single person has ever died from taking a peptide. At least no confirmed death has ever been fucking reported anywhere. And I do not see how in any way any of these peptides would be a danger to a child's health. Like, just as a general heuristic, like, yeah, I wouldn't want a 7-year-old taking TB500 just because, like, what's the point? There's 0 chance of benefit and, like, there's some kind of potential harm. Like, you could get an infection from a bad injection or something, so, like, why would you? But, like, even if you're gonna inject, like, a 7-year-old with some of these peptides, like, it's just not gonna do anything. Again, there are peptides that are FDA approved that are given to children. Growth hormone is given to children with growth hormone deficiency who would otherwise be midgets. So, like, if growth hormone can be administered safely to very young children, then why would I assume something like TB500 or GHKCU or any of these, like, normal-ass peptides, why would I assume they'd kill children? Like, it's just fucking retarded. KM donate $2 actual NPCs. Yeah, that's not funny. That's probably fake. Are all of these just fucking stupid trash?
Meth head. Nigga, I'm a fucking electrician. I'll go out there and shut this whole motherfucker down.
Don't care. And, oh yeah, what country was this? You literally drive on the wrong side of the, like, it's weird. Is that Italy? Yeah, there's, I didn't know this. There's some European countries where you can, there's two-way traffic. It's really weird. Yeah, traffic can go in both directions. Yeah, I saw this a while ago. It's really weird. I didn't know that there's two-way traffic in some countries. Seems like a really bad idea. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
So when I first looked to find Eric English this morning, I typed Eric English and I didn't press enter on Instagram and I couldn't find him. And so I had to go and reach out to one of my assistants. Can you find us? And he was able to find him. Do you know what I thought had happened? I thought that Instagram had taken his account down. That finally, after literally promoting peptides as a 16-year-old, that Instagram had said, you've gone too far. Your account is now closed. That is what should be happening. You really think 16-year-olds should be allowed?
There are Instagram accounts that promote the consumption of alcohol, which again kills 2.6 million people, but then Greg is clutching his pearls at peptides. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Allowed to promote the use of illegal drugs to other minors? This is where we've gone. This is what we become. Young LA sponsors this guy. Do you think they give a shit, a rat's ass about you? They only want your money.
Oh, Young LA only wants your money? Oh, yeah, Greg really cares about you. That's why he sold fake turkesterone. Uh-huh, right, okay. This guy literally, like, shamelessly uploads videos to Instagram where he buys a new Ferrari and then says, turkesterone sales have been great. I'm sure Greg really cares about you all. It's not like this guy is just a manipulative liar who's just trying to make money any way he fucking can without getting arrested. Like, this is the same dude who's smuggling fucking steroids across the US-Canada border. The only reason he's not selling steroids right now is because he knows he'd get arrested again, and he doesn't want to take that risk. That's the only reason. He doesn't fucking care. Like, that's why this whole turkesterone thing is going on. If steroids were legal and there was no regulation, he would still be selling fucking steroids.
Nothing else. Nothing. If Eric English were to die from this, they wouldn't care. How many fall?
Yeah. Of all things, peptides are going to kill Eric English. Again, Greg, show me any case reports where people have died from a peptide. I have not been able to find a single one. Like anything, people can have adverse reactions, like the GLP-1 agonists. Yeah, people can have gastric distress, vomiting, diarrhea. There's some cases of pancreatitis that occur. But again, no one's died.
Followers did he bring us? How many guys are using his code? If they cared, they would say, Eric, if you promote peptides, you're gone. You can't use steroids, you're 16.
If there was a good peptide supplier that wanted to pay me money to promote peptides, send me the fucking money. Peptides are great. I use them.
We don't want you to do that. This is not what we stand for, but young LA doesn't care. And this peptide.
Young LA isn't everyone's parent. So if they're trying to sell clothing and there's influencers that are popular that can help sell their clothing, pretty sure that's their interest. Like, it's not like they're giving anybody HIV, AIDS. Like, they're just helping. They're giving a teenager who takes steroids money to sell clothing. What the fuck? What's the problem here? Like, I'm still not hearing a fucking like actual argument.
Company, how fucking dare you sponsor a 16-year-old? How dare you? How do you look at yourself in the mirror? He's 16. Now, if a
So Greg thought Hussein Farhat was on steroids, and then he allowed him to be a TLT sponsor.
adults are doing it, hey, they're adults. If they want to break the law, they at least are adults. This is a kid. Instagram is so sickening. The doom scrolling that even I...
Do they actually have a list of sponsored athletes? That's kind of odd. So usually with supplement companies, they have an athletes page and they show you the list of athletes. Blackstone. Let me see. Blackstone. Okay, that's a different one. Wait, brand, fuck. About Us. Okay, they don't have an athletes page either. That's, what's his name? The guy who helped Jason Genova. He's on steroids. Let me just see. They sell pro hormones? That's weird. Interesting. Okay. They don't have an athletes page either. Most of the supplement companies I've seen, they do have an athletes page showing their athletes. What's the company that Fuad has? Because he was sponsoring Sam Sulik. Hostile. Maybe this isn't a normal thing anymore. Huh. Yeah, they have a join thing. Let me see if, like, they just have some stuff on their Instagram. Does Greg have a dedicated HTLT, like, Instagram page? Yeah, he does. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Eric Janicki is an HTLT fucking guy, right? Yeah. So Greg, oh my God. So Greg is saying steroids bad, teenagers shouldn't take steroids, and then one of his sponsored athletes is a fucking juice head. Like a massive fucking juice head. So teenagers literally buy his supplements and shit, and then he's having this guy encourage teenagers. And this dude makes videos about the steroids he takes. The hypocrisy knows no bounds. I totally forgot Eric Janicki was an HTLT athlete. HTLT, this guy's on fucking gear. I don't know who the fuck this is. Seth? Seth Carr. Yeah, Seth Carr does fit. This guy is absolutely on fucking steroids. So here's a fucking HTLT sponsored athlete who's on steroids that teenagers will see and then start taking steroids because teenager something or other. Let's see who else. Oh, here's another juice monkey. Calmary. Yeah, there's a juice monkey, steroid user. So teenagers going to see one of your HTLT sponsored athletes taking steroids, and I guess they're going to take steroids now. He has a ton of juice heads that he gives like HTLT money to. Oh, another juice head. There we go. Who's this guy? Okay, I don't know. Link's broken. Yeah, that guy's a juicer. Maybe it's hard to tell with Asians sometimes. Maybe he's natural. I'll put that in the maybe pile unless he like just happens to have some content where he talks about his gear use. Oh, is Connor Sinan? Is Shansbra an HTLT sponsor? VA or Young LA? No. That's funny. He's got a Sinan. Let me see if he has an HTLT thing. No. Why are they on the HTLT subs thing? Oh, it's because of Janicki? There's a juice head. Yeah, another steroid user promoting HTLT. So he has a ton of fucking sponsored athletes that are on steroids, and then this jackass is fucking moralizing about Young LA sponsoring fucking steroid users. I guess like he's adding in, oh, it's just a teenager, but like what fucking difference does it make? So like, yeah. So he's using steroid users to promote HTLT supplements, and like again, presumably a bunch of teenagers will see these people's pages and then be encouraged to take steroids. So just complete and utter fucking hypocrite.
I'm doing, it's frankly embarrassing. If even I'm doom scrolling, imagine what you guys are doing. I'm 50 years old, and I can't believe the state of the world right now. And it's only getting worse. This
Again, we live in a world where alcohol and cigarettes are legal, and then you're like saying peptides are going to kill you.
He used to be a wholesome child, promoting fitness with his sister. He was what, 11?
Guess what? Steroids improve your fitness. So do some peptides.
And now he's hopped up on steroids and promoting
Yes, because steroids improve fitness.
peptides to the world, and use my code ERIC.
Like, you literally are a fucking steroid user, and your whole fucking channel, when you initially started popping off, was because of you talking about steroids. You became an IFBB pro because of steroids. All of your success in the fitness industry and your business right now is because of steroids. And you're surprised teenagers watched your content and started taking steroids. And you're acting like you're not part of the supposed problem you're mentioning.
Like, that is what we're doing right now. Where would they draw the line? What line
Oh no, Greg's always a lying jackass. Yeah, he's always like this.
in the sand has to be drawn? What Instagram needs to do is they need to not allow this. And so you all can get as mad as you like for me continuing.
Oh look, a non-FDA approved drug and or supplement.
Continuously promoting natural substances in my video.
How is turkesterone natural?
Natural substances. Natty.
By the way, testosterone is essentially a plant extract. It's made from soybeans. Like, how do we determine what is and isn't natural?
Not breaking.
Like, peptides are natural substances. Like, again, retatrutide, tirzepatide, semaglutide, that is based off of Gila monster venom. Like pretty much all drugs are based off of natural occurring substances. So yeah, the peptides that he's like crying about, like Retta, that's basically Gila monster venom that is just slightly modified. BPC 157 that he mentioned, that is literally a bioidentical peptide that your own body produces to protect stomach lining.
Breaking any laws promoting kids to not use steroids, to doing 150 minutes of cardio a week. And yeah, I shamelessly promote my cookbook, which I wrote, not AI.
I don't want kids to use steroids, but I talk about steroids, benefited from steroids. I literally have absolutely no health problems from steroids. I look amazing at the age of 50 because of steroids, and all of my success and fame are due to steroids. But I definitely do not, in any way, either directly or indirectly, encourage kids to take steroids.
People saying it's AI. I wrote that. Recipes from over 30 years. And they work, but no, we don't need to buy your cookbook because we can use a discount code and get Retta. That's
I don't know why you can't do both.
what's going on in the world. And you realize that people using...
Yeah, guess what? Your cookbook is not as effective as retatrutide. Your cookbook has not gone through human randomized trials. It has not been found to cause as much weight loss as gastric bypass surgeries. It also has not been found to reduce risk of all-cause mortality, be a treatment for type 2 diabetes, and reduce risk of heart disease, and treat type 2 diabetes. So,
using these substances, yeah, it's helping them to lose weight, but they're not exercising. They're losing muscle. They don't go to the gym.
The idea that, like, kids are watching Eric English or Greg's videos and they're not training. Like, again, the whole reason they're watching their videos is because they have an interest in fitness.
They're also losing their will to live. They're losing their joy.
Steroids, particularly testosterone, improve mental well-being.
They have a reduced desire for sexy time, for smoking cigarettes, for gambling, for everything, for living.
Well, cigarettes are approved by the government. You can just buy them legally, so they're good for you, right? Why does Greg have a problem with cigarettes? They're legal. The government allows you to take them.
These peptides don't have zero negative side effects. Now, remember,
supplements don't have zero negative side effects. Like, by the way, I'm pretty sure he sells a supplement that contains yohimbine. Let me see. It might be a weight loss supplement or something. Let me see. Pre-workout. Might be a test booster. Let's see, pre-workout. Oh, you know what's hilarious? Greg has actually fucking said there's negative effects of his Turk builder. He said that it can trigger anxiety, raise your heart rate, and stop you from sleeping. So, according to him, you shouldn't take his Turk builder because it'll fucking have negative side effects. Let me see. I think he had some fat burning supplement. Lose weight. Pretty sure something had yohimbine in it. It's a cancer causing carcinogen. He might have changed it. Or I might just be misremembering or something. But a lot of these have like yohimbine extract. Yeah, I don't see anything. G-Shred. Anyway, like he sells supplements with caffeine. Caffeine has negative effects. Again, it can cause irregular heart rhythms, lack of sleep. Like there's plenty of supplements that you can buy over the counter that have potential negative side effects. So like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's even openly admitted that his Turk Builder supplement has negative side effects.
Lane Norton, he compared that jab to peptides, saying, well, some people are against the jab, but they're doing peptides. Well, the difference is we're not forcing you to take peptides.
Nobody was forced to take the vaccine. What does he mean by forced? And if everybody has their own agency, then what? Is he like a communist? Is he a fascist? Does he want to force people to live life the way he does?
If you want to get peptides, you can. Of course, you can go to AlgoRx. If you're an adult, and if somebody's an adult promoting that, AlgoRx has doctors prescribing medications that you need a prescription.
What's absolutely insane to me is Greg has like taken black market steroids for how many fucking years and benefited from them, and then he's moralizing about how nobody should be able to take anything that is in any way illegal or controlled. Like it wasn't even that long ago that he did a bodybuilding show and he said it was like his last cycle. I think it was just a few years ago. Yeah, last major cycle. So this was 3 years ago.
And because I got the flu, like we're sick, we're going to the gym. Doesn't matter.
And isn't it it gets hard. I could no longer win any competitions. And so you'd ask yourself, am I really any good? Was I just blowing smoke up my ass? Am I a good bodybuilder? I'm somebody that puts as much effort into trying to place in this show. The extra black, or else you won't look at.
You know, you can't get any bigger. You've been at it for so long.
And so trust me, there's a lot of haters, naysayers. The first time I competed, never made the top 10. People are, oh, you aren't
Tomorrow.
Be here before we know it.
Can't wait. I just want to eat the biggest meal of my.
Let me see. Greg Doucette last bodybuilding show. Greg Doucette's last bodybuilding competition was IFBB Niagara Falls Pro in November 2019. So a little less than 7 years ago. So this guy was still juicing, at least up until 7 years ago. And again, like I remember it was just a few years ago. He said he was on TRT, but then he fucked around with like SARMs and shit like that. So yeah, funny. He's moralizing nobody should ever be able to buy drugs that aren't FDA approved and are like, you know, not black market and stuff. And then there he is doing it.
Prescription for. They don't sell Retta. If you have a good peptide company or not, look, do they sell Retta? If they sell Retta, It's not good. Why? Because it's not FDA approved.
Guess what else is FDA approved? Anadrol is an FDA-approved anabolic steroid prescribed primarily to treat specific types of anemia caused by deficient red blood cell production. So Anadrol, which is an extremely liver-toxic steroid, is FDA-approved. So according to Greg, it's safer to take Anadrol than a peptide. Like, again, FDA approval doesn't mean safety. It like, all it really means is there is a class of drug that is used to treat a particular condition, and this is one of the best drugs that we have available for it, and otherwise you don't have any known better, safer options. So it could be extremely fucking dangerous and have a ton of fucking side effects and shit, but that's basically the best option that's available. Doesn't mean it's safe. It just means you may be better off taking the drug than not doing anything about it. So like TB500 versus Anadrol, or retatrutide versus Anadrol, like it's stupid. Like he does, like he's not dumb. He's smart enough to know this. It's just he's a liar.
It's as simple as that. And so if you want to go above board and you want doctors to prescribe, or you want to get your blood work done, you go to Algorex. You use code Greg. You want to get natural supplements like Turk Builder Max.
Steroids are fucking natural. They are based off of parent hormones like testosterone or DHT. Like, how do we define what natural is? Like, it's just stupid.
You use code Greg, you go to HCLT Supplements.
And again, it being natural doesn't mean it's safe. Caffeine is natural. Well, guess what? You can kill yourself with caffeine. Alcohol is natural. You can kill yourself with alcohol. Tobacco is natural. It causes cancer. Like,
have we finally gone too far? Are you not even going to bat an eye? You're going to move on. Hey, I just keep swiping, doom scroll, next. I don't care. You need to take a stand. You need to start saying, we don't want this. We disagree. We are not going to support this. If you just walk.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, Greg. What an asshole. All right, so we got plenty of Frank Tufano mints. Start off with the shorts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the expertise of the man, the myth, the legend, the basement-dwelling incel who has never gone to medical school, Giant
that sounds like Frank.
Implants. And if you're curious about the guy on the top, his name is Melman, Mehlman. He actually has a YouTube channel where you can watch this.
You want to bet this guy's eyesight is still better than Frank's?
In real time. Kind of scary, kind of freaky, but it's unfortunate that this predator, Giant Implants, was able to gaslight and manipulate people into believing he would ascend them, bro. And a good analogy for this is like a young kid who's trying to play baseball, and every time he swings the bat, it flies out of his hand and hits someone in the head. Like, hey, maybe the kid should try another sport, you know? Like, same thing with Giant Implants and his implant designing and surgery thing. Hey, maybe this isn't for you. Maybe you should try something else, because clearly you have.
I remember years ago in his Greg started HTLT, he was actually very pro steroids, and I remember him arguing for them and saying, why would you not take something that would improve your life? Just lol. Was he talking about TRT specifically, or was he just talking about steroids in general? Because I'd love to see that video if he like said that. I'll look through some of his catalog and see if I can find anything like that. I'll probably make the video responding to him tomorrow.
I have absolutely zero clue what you're doing. Ladies and...
So the reason I say 5'10" is the cutoff here is because as 5'10", you can kind of pass as 6 foot. 5'10", 5'10 and a half, you can put your height on a dating filter as 6 foot and get into this getting laid category. When you're 5'10", you're not thinking, I'm 5'10 here. When you're 5'10",
I don't know where he got this chart. When you look at most studies on height and attractiveness, it peaks at 6'3", and then there's a slight drop up until 6'5", and then after 6'5", there's actually a pretty substantial drop off. It's not as bad as being like 5'5", but attractiveness drops pretty steeply after you get past 6'5", generally.
10, 5'10 and a half, you're thinking you can probably pass as 6 foot, especially if you use some height boosters. If you're 5'8", you can't pass for 6 foot. And if you're 5'8", if you try to pass as 5'10", you're still cooked. You're still in the not getting laid category. Which is why I say 5'10 and up, with or without height boosters and boots or whatever, you can still kind of get in the getting laid category. So 5'9", 5'10", you're still cooked.
I don't see how this is a problem for Frank since he's gay.
5'10 and up.
So I received a letter from the Superior Court stating my appeal case was dismissed for failing to pay the filing fee, which I was really confused about because I came here to the Lackawanna County Commonwealth Court to pay the filing fee.
Frank always tries to avoid paying the filing fees, and then he tries to make up some stupid fucking argument that he's too poor or something to do it for free. So he probably just didn't pay the filing fee and he's lying.
And then I mailed them a receipt saying, hey, I paid the filing fee. They said, this amount does not equal our fee. We're dismissing the case. So I came here today to sort this out, and I found out there's 2 separate filing fees. One for them and one for the Superior Court. I thought they were just trying to shice me for more money, to be honest. And what really got me was I came here to file 2 new appeals after sorting that out. And they wouldn't take the money for the new appeal without also receiving a check to the Superior Court. But they took payment on the phone for their fee for the previous case, which got dismissed. So whether it was a new clerk or a clerical error, they weren't supposed to take their payment on the phone without also a check. I don't know how they were even allowed to take the payment on the phone, because I have to pay the Superior Court with a check, and they can't take the payment for the Superior Court. So now I have these 2 cases that were dismissed, and they're saying, you need to know how to follow the procedure.
This might be why most people hire a lawyer.
I need to know how to follow the procedure. You need to train your clerk to not take half payment for a service and then not fulfill the service. Completely jerking me around. In every other court, when you file an appeal, there's 1 filing fee. In the federal court and every other court I've ever filed a case, there's 1 filing fee for the appeal. Here, they have 2, one for them, one for the Superior Court. And it's ironic because, again, they're contradicting themselves. They took payment for the previous case for themselves and expected me to what? Send the Superior Court a check? But they're not letting me do that now. So they made an error. They're refusing to acknowledge they made the error, and now I have to explain all this to the Superior Court, who I don't know if they'll reinstate the case. Maybe I have to pay. Are they going to make me pay the appeal filing fee again? I don't know what's going on, but they were not going to sort this out. I guess what I'm going to have to do is send the receipts of the payment to them to the Superior Court saying, hey, the new clerk made an error, didn't take the filing fee to the Superior Court. Can you reinstate the case? So it's just a bunch of nonsense. It's just this local court jerking me around. I need to throw flyers all around the street about all these people are crooked. And I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. It's ridiculous. They're just going to dismiss my case anyway. I try to.
Like, the problem here is clearly he's retarded and doesn't know how to do things. Like, again, just hire a fucking lawyer if this is too confusing for you.
Steal my properties. It's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Like, literally contradicting herself and then saying, oh, it wasn't our fault. Like, trying to blame me, saying, I don't know the procedure.
Yeah, Need for Speed Most Wanted was the best Need for Speed game. That game was so sick.
I haven't showed you guys any day of eatings in a while because I don't really feel much besides to complain about people stealing money from me. But I've been eating 1 meal a day, and that meal has, a lot of focus on being tasty and healthy and emphasizing on liver detox. So at the center we have a bowl of udon noodles and a collagen bone broth with a little demi-glace and white tomato sauce for flavor. That was my bug zapper. We have some leftover ribeye from yesterday, so this is our main protein source. Most of the time I will have some solid protein. Sometimes I'll just have bone broth to take stress off digestion 1 or 2 days a week. Or like white fish, like cod. A little bit of sourdough because we made some fresh. I like having that with the pasta. Dessert is apple, sourdough cookies, chocolate chip cookies, and we have some pineapple sorbet in the fridge. I will probably definitely not eat all of this. There will definitely be leftovers, but usually there's not enough for a second meal. If there is enough for a second meal, which there rarely is, maybe I'll eat again later in the day. And the purpose of the udon noodles and the sourdough bread is a starch source to soak all the bile coming out of the liver and make sure that my body is able to detox by taking the toxins out of the body. If you're not eating starch, grains, you cannot detox. People demonize carbs, especially starches, but if you're not eating grains, you can't detox. Even like potatoes, sometimes the starch isn't absorbent enough. Sometimes sugar helps, but you know, this is more for gut motility. Like apples and stuff are better for gut motility and keeping things moving because they're high in water. They're not that calorically dense. You need calories, you need starch to soak toxins. You know, put this apple in a cup of juice. How much juice is that apple going to absorb versus a piece of bread versus a pasta, you know? How much juice, how much toxins can a steak absorb? Not much. You put that cookie
What the fuck is he talking about?
in some water or milk, it will suck up a lot. So you have to apply the same thing.
Cookies soak up toxins. Ah, nutrition expert.
To your digestive system. When the liver releases bile, the bile has all the toxins from your whole life. Your liver is where toxins are stored. And the only way your body detoxes is by releasing that bile into the digestive system. And the only way that toxic bile gets out of the digestive system is if it is taken out of the body by starch as well as soluble fiber. Soluble fiber like beans also behave the same way. Okay.
So if you couldn't tell, he's an idiot.
Acacia powder, that's why we have that in quite a few things on Frankie's Strange Meat, but that's the meal, guys. Might not even eat that whole steak, but we'll try to keep the starch high. That keeps me feeling better. And the salt content of this is very low. All right, guys, we have raw A2A2 mozzarella sticks made with organic sourdough breadcrumbs and corn and soy-free eggs. These are definitely the highest quality mozzarella sticks ever made. I find it difficult to believe that someone has made a higher quality mozzarella stick than this. Pretty simple. We get the raw local Amish cheese, flour, organic flour, egg, breadcrumb, just 2 layers, very plain, nothing crazy. And then this is how you guys are probably gonna get it. We're gonna freeze them, and then we're gonna vacuum seal them, and you're gonna have a nice portion of mozzarella sticks that you can fry or do whatever you want yourself. These should be available probably, I'll wait to post this until they're completely ready, so we'll put the video up after we have them in stock and available on the website. Really cool product. Hope you guys enjoy this. Great for kids, great for family dinner.
Yeah, that's terrible for you. Yeah, I saw the werewolf trailer. It looks really fucking good.
Since when do wildfires smell like burnt plastic and make the whole sky yellow? And we spoke about this last time it happened. I don't remember if it was... I'm dying out here. That's how bad...
He looks really bad. Like, he looks ill. Like, not healthy.
bad it was, dude. I had a mild headache the whole day. Surprised I didn't have a migraine. It's bad, dude. Whatever this is, it's poisoning us. And I'm not going to say...
Yeah, you know, wildfires probably don't smell great because it's fire. Like, he thinks like wildfires aren't even happening and the government's just releasing some kind of toxic gas. He, like, when there was the wildfires in Canada that blew into New York, he was saying they're not real. I lived near them. They were happening.
Like, any theories or come up with hypotheticals. All I'm saying is this is not what a fire smells or looks like. And if you think a fire from Canada can travel hundreds and hundreds of miles and cause this?
How can like wind move from one place to another place? Like, how does that happen? Like, a fucking idiot.
Like, you're part of the people that believe everything the government's told us the past 6 years, ever since you know what happened. Whatever this is, and whoever's doing it, like, it's pure evil, it's making everyone sick, and it's...
This guy, like, needs to be fucking committed. Like, look at him. He's just, like, fucking... He looks like he's a fucking deranged lunatic who's just withering away and dying.
part of whatever their plan is, you know? Getting everyone sick and telling them it's wildfires. I mean, if you're gullible enough to think that something that smells like plastic chemicals and makes the whole sky yellow is a wild...
Yeah, buddy, fire just doesn't smell good. And, like, shit gets caught in wildfires. Like, houses and buildings and stuff.
Fire a few hundred miles away, maybe you deserve to.
He's absolutely fucking losing it.
What's up, guys? Kind of feel like deja vu ever since my eyes have been messed up. You know, I spend most of the week in bed, and then I get 1 or 2 good days where I can come down here and work on some new stuff. But, yeah, I mean, my life's pretty miserable. You know, just work and sleep in bed.
Yeah, good old starting off a video complaining. YouTube shadow banning me. Oh, my content's amazing. I just complain and whine constantly. Why isn't everybody watching this?
And that's it. But, you know, I have stuff to look forward to in the business. Been excited to talk about the new sorbet flavors we have. That's a big thing. My guys did an amazing job making the Iberico pork sausages. We have some really delicious, tiny breakfast sausages, very nicely made. We finally got the right attachment on the sausage stuffing machine, and they turned out really, really nice. We'll show you guys that. New sorbet flavors, breakfast sausage. My guys just finished lemon candy, which I'm excited about, and basically the only natural candy that kind of exists. And also we have a new bar, and this new bar, the focus was really, can we make this really delicious? The focus of this bar was, you know, really focusing on focus. How many times am I going to say focus in one sentence? I'm going to start making up words. Focus. So this bar, we're really putting a lot of effort into each individual component and making it delicious. So instead of just putting like raw macadamia nut butter, you know, we caramelized the macadamia nuts. We did a few culinary secrets here and there. Really trying to make every single ingredient special in the bar. So we'll show you guys those too. The stuff that's on the website as of right now, as I'm talking this video, is the sorbet flavors. We also have to do apple this week, which there might be a problem because I didn't get my produce order in. So I don't know if we'll be able to make it. I might have to order lemons from someone else so that the apples don't go bad. But the apples should be fine in the fridge and they're underripe anyway. So that might have to wait till next week. But yeah, all the sorbets are made with fresh organic fruit. And I feel like that's a secret because when you order frozen fruit or the quality of the initial ingredient is the most important thing in the flavor of the product. So the fact that we ordered, you know, I don't want to look at the invoice. There's probably something crazy like $800 worth of pineapples to make the sorbet. So not only are we using the highest quality ingredients and making it affordable, it's direct from us to you guys. That's why we're able to do it without, you know, having 7 middlemen and doing a crazy profit margin. That's why all these other companies are so greedy and stuff. But yeah, a lot of new things I'm excited about this week. And also just, you know, stuff going up, not too much because I haven't been physically working that much. Imagine if I was healthy, I'd get all this stuff I'm talking about this week done in a day. I have to fix the screws on the roof. Just take out the old metal screws, put in new metal screws because, I mean, metal roof screws are supposed to be replaced every 10 years. This is like 40 years old and there are some leaks. So because of those leaks, I decided, hey, we'll go up there, we'll replace the screws. Also, we got the reefers installed in the back. I will show you guys that. We got the reefers on the freezer. That kind of saved our freezer now. No more stress about the freezer. And we also, I just did some plumbing work today. Nothing too crazy, just fixing some leaky plumbing. Just the building has a lot of maintenance, and if you're able to, one of my hours just called me. I forgot I was supposed to go home on my computer and do the inventory so he can call me back. So let me go on my computer real quick, and we'll get back to talking to you guys. Yeah, I just got off the phone with the dairy order, so reminded me that we're making mozzarella sticks too. That's going to be cool. And another thing, I'm always doing something. So we got this grain mill from an auction that I was really excited about, but the auction got the brand of the mill wrong. So I'm like calling up this mill company, like, hey, do you guys, how do I change this mill from this to this? And they're like, that's not our mill. I'm like, what do you mean? The auction said it's from you guys. And they said no. And then they explained there's actually a plate that's at a different company. So the problem with this fresh grain mill is it's like a masa mill. It's like set up differently. So we'll put some wheat berries in there and try to grind them. So we might have fresh pasta, but not fresh pasta. We might, fresh flour for pasta and freshly ground flour for the bread. But I don't know if that's going to work out. Kind of dark in here, you can't see. Ice cream machine's there. They did just make a batch of some baked goods, but they threw them in the freezer real quick. So, you know, just trying to keep stuff as flavorful as possible. As soon as we bake it, cools off, goes right in the freezer. A few things in here to try. I don't even know what this is. Probably just some regular jerky. This smells good, man. Our jerky is like paper thin, so it really melts in your mouth, and you can eat a lot of it. I'm not sure which one this is. It's hard to tell because like our jerky machine does smoke them a little bit, so it smells like smoky to me. That's just plain raw jerky, and it's crazy to me how good this tastes compared to like. I'm surprised the raw tarts haven't done this. Cold smoking raw meat, delicious. This one looks like there's something on it.
That looks fucking gross.
As bad as my sense of smell is, that is a lot of coriander. Spill tongue. That's good. That's good. Yo, I'm happy about that. We changed our biltong recipe and started slicing it thin instead of letting it dry.
Dude, he like chews and eats in the grossest fucking way.
Dry out thick and then slicing it thin. Oh, that's good. Little spicy kick there. I think that's just because we use so much coriander. But that piece had a lot on it. This piece has less. I like the first piece more. Yeah, that's weird. Some of these have like.
Did he like take a bite out of it and then put it back in the pile?
A lot of spice, some have little. And the secret tasty bar. So I tried this caramel nougat bar made by a company, and it was really delicious, but I didn't think I was going to be able to get something close to it because they use peanuts in it, and peanuts have like a very nostalgic flavor, but this is pretty good. Speaking of peanuts, another product that we're going to do, just like we have the macadamia, the roasted and salted macadamia nuts, we're going to try doing that with some peanuts and see how they turn out, even though peanuts aren't that healthy for you. You know, if we get raw organic peanuts and try that, we'll see how it turns out. Just like a nostalgic treat once in a while. So this is caramel cookie crisp protein bar. Our chocolate chip granola bar, which might seem similar to this, does not have protein in it. So we also have all the collagen crisp bars. We have I'm trying to remember the hazelnut. I'm looking at them on the wall here, but there's no labels on them. There was dark chocolate hazelnut. There was white chocolate macadamia nut. There was banana walnut, and then there was maple pecan. I'm pretty good, right? Pretty good, right? Dark chocolate hazelnut, white chocolate macadamia nut, maple pecan, and banana walnut. So none of those flavors were like cookie dough. I guess so I guess this is kind of like a warp between the collagen crisp and the chocolate chip granola bar, but there's also caramel in this. So our Twix bar too, which by the way, we have a Twix bar, or I can't say Twix, but it's similar to Twix. Some vegans reported me to Twix, like boo-hoo. And then
oh my god, that's hilarious. What a fucking asshole. Yeah, this like the guy who fucking complains about people stealing his ideas, literally steals the idea for Twix, and then he's like, some vegans reported me, what a bunch of fucking assholes. Fucking asshole.
Twix, we also have a raspberry Twix too, which is new, but that's a whole different story. Ooh, this smells good. It's delicious. What I don't like is, I wonder if there's a way to prevent the caramel from taking the crunch out of the quinoa crisps, because I think it might have to do with the vacuum seal. I think we might have to wrap these in paper. That is so good. I think this is the best tasting bar we've ever made, but I'm picky. So I guess we can put this in our collagen crisp bar category, but the flavor would be chocolate chip caramel cookie dough or something like that. It's good. This is fire. So it's a balance of carbs, fats, sugars, and protein. No, and it's really calorically dense. Like 2 of these will get you through the whole day, guaranteed.
That's probably not a good thing. That just means it'll help make you fat.
And any of our bars, guys, if you were ravenously hungry, maybe you'd be able to eat 3 of them. But since they're so high quality, with organic, natural ingredients, and it has, it's dense. It has fat. It has protein. It has carbs, and it's like they're dried foods, so they're very calorically dense. I promise you, any of our bars you have, you won't be able to. 1 or 2 of them will keep you satisfied for the day.
Yeah, foods that are hyper palatable and calorically dense tend to make you eat more of them and get fat.
As delicious as this is, it's so dense. Like, I can eat another one because it's delicious. Like, I do want another one, but I am satiated. The difference between that and all their other bars is I put so much trial and error into those. Not too much, you know, a decent amount of trial and error, you know. Maybe we made it like 24 times. Nothing too crazy. So, after exploring like organic candy options from like our organic distributors, I was kind of disappointed. I was like, how come no one makes just a natural lemon candy, which is honey and lemon? And it took a while to make this, but we have a lemon bone broth candy. Now,
that is so gross.
Keep in mind, guys, it's still mostly honey. It's mostly sugar. You know, the gelatin and bone broth content of this is not too significant, but the point is, this is the first organic candy, minimal ingredient kind of ever created, because the only ingredients in this are lemon, honey, sugar, and broth. And the only reason there's sugar,
yeah, that sounds like it wouldn't taste good.
Is because we use confectionery sugar on the outside to kind of dust it and coat it, which we won't use in the future because it's really sticky anyway. So,
if Frank moved to your city and became your landlord, would you move? No, I'd just drive him nuts.
When you put this in your mouth, first it's like hard, but if this warms up to your mouth to room temperature, you can kind of chew it. So, very sweet honey flavor. We'll try to put more lemon in it next time. Yeah, it's basically like a natural honey candy. We'll put more lemon in it next time. And to me it's like a Starburst because of the texture. But it is really sticky, so I like to suck on them and like to suck on them like a hard treat. Because if you try to bite this, even though it's soft, it's very sticky. Very sticky. So we have a batch of these candies. I don't know how to price them.
So it's great for rotting your teeth.
I want it to be affordable, but I think the ingredient cost is really low, but the labor cost is what's high. Because, you know, these are individually wrapped and made by hand. So, I was trying to figure out, like, it seemed like other companies are charging 10 cents per piece of candy. So I was thinking, you know, 25 cents or 50 cents a piece. $1 would be crazy. 50 cents I think is even crazy. I think we'll start with 25 cents a piece. I gotta see, it's all labor. I didn't ask my guys how long it took them to make that, but I'm basically gonna just rule out the ingredient cost there and just figure out the labor cost. That's my plumbing work today. Thank God for ProPress. Some leaky valves. Yeah, that candy is really sticky. Definitely don't buy these if you need to go to the dentist soon. So it's like a hard candy, but again, as soon as it warms up in your mouth, you can bite it. If it doesn't get stuck. I don't think there's anything super new in here. This is just the fresh ground beef that we have this week. We do try to keep some ground beef fresh because I think one of the packages that people order, I think there's some fresh ground beef. There must be a reason why guys are doing this, but we can do fresh meat every week for you guys. It's just people don't want it. People don't want to pay for it. And the raw primal dieters are the worst group of human beings I've ever had the pleasure of doing business with. So that's that. Yeah, this is the newest product. This is the prime rib. The problem is it oxidizes as soon as you slice it. So, you know, yesterday this was like a really beautiful, rare red color. And that's the main downside.
Definitely not rotten.
Of not using nitrates in the meat. Like, yeah, we're natural, we're organic, but, you know, it turns off the customer when they see a great piece of meat. So yeah, here's the... Guys, when I'm telling you my employees spent like half a day peeling kiwis to make that sorbet, I'm not exaggerating. Now, I do have a shirt I can put on so I can maybe bear the freezer a little longer for you guys. So yeah, a lot of new exciting stuff. Lemon candies, chocolate chip caramel cookie bars, well, protein bars. We got that biltong and that raw jerky, something we've had a while. My prices must be too low because me having all this stuff and being broke does not make any sense. I guess it does if people are stealing from me every week, but that's a whole debacle. Whole different debacle. This shirt smells like diesel fuel because when those reefers turned off because we ran out of fuel a few days ago.
and I was just spilling diesel everywhere. This is the shirt I was wearing, and I left it on my chair to dry because it was pouring rain and we got soaked out there. Which also reminded me of what I was supposed to say at the
Why is he wearing a shirt that has diesel fuel all over it?
beginning of the video. We did have some egg issues because our farmer was bootlegging some packaging because our package of foam got seized and we ran out of the foam containers for a little while, but the foam shipping is back. We replaced a lot of eggs. It was so bad I was going to make a video on it, but I just, wasn't feeling good and wasn't vlogging, so we sent out probably like 100 replacement boxes of eggs for people that got broken eggs. So if you guys did get a box of broken eggs and I missed your email or something happened, please let me know. I still haven't caught up on the foods emails. Really bad on the foods website. So many people are filing chargebacks. Part of the issue is that people are placing an order for eggs and adding other stuff, and we can't ship them separately. But once we move to the new website for foods too, we'll try to sort that out and make sure that people are going to have to pay. We'll work it in where people are going to have to pay like an extra egg shipping fee or something. I'm not going to show you guys the reefers outside, but you'll be able to see them right over here when we walk in. It's crazy cold in here. So this is what keeps refrigerated trucks cool. This is on the inside of the trailer, blowing cold air in. So it's super freezing over here. My guys are complaining really bad of how cold it is in this freezer now. -19. That might be correct. It's bad in here. Look at that. Beautiful grass-fed sewage back. Haven't been in here in a while like this, but we always have good stuff for you guys. Some of my favorite fresh bone and ribeyes every week. Those look good, man. Those look good. We're actually low on these, but bone and ribeyes don't actually sell too much compared to the regular ribeyes. Oh man, it's cold over here, but I'm really happy for these. We have the breakfast sausage patties here somewhere, but I'm really happy we got them in the sausage casing now for breakfast. Really, really delicious recipe, guys. Oh, here they are. Here are so whether you want raw sausage patties or in the casings, we have natural lamb casing. Guys, please buy these pork chops. We might do a sale on the Amish pork to liquidate everything else because we're getting some more pork in this week. It is so cold in here. I gotta get out of here. This is bad. Oh. So that's the bread we just froze today. Those are our walnut vanilla cinnamon rolls. We have to, those didn't rise as much as they should. We gotta fix those. But guys, if you haven't seen the amazing selection of stuff we have on Pure Sourdough, you absolutely have to. It's amazing. I'm gonna take home a mushroom prosciutto pizza if you guys aren't gonna buy them because they're delicious. They are worth dumping your girlfriend for. But the reason I'm in here is to freeze into an icicle. I don't know where my guys put so that's orange. I don't know where the pineapple sorbet is. What's that? Garlic herb butter. Staying nice and cold in here. Where is it? Oh man. I am not in the mood to try to find this. Yeah, just my guys, they completely reorganize stuff. They do an excellent job. I would have never expected them to put the pineapple right here in the middle. So that's the pineapple, and I'm guessing the kiwi's around here somewhere. The thing about that kiwi sorbet is, you could see the little specks of kiwi seeds in there, which is pretty cool. But let me just, honey ice cream. Well, technically, all our ice cream is made with honey. Everything's made with honey now. There's no sugar. Fresh English muffins, hamburger buns, really delicious stuff. I'm gonna take some bread home. Oh, it's cold. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh. You would fucking die up here. Oh. I'm gonna fucking die up there. Holy shit. Oh. That's bad. That's bad. If you thought 0 degrees was cold, try 0 degrees with the wind blowing in your face. Yeah, so we're taking home. I pretty much eat the same thing every day, but I try to add some variety here and there so I don't completely lose my mind. It's just sometimes, I get a headache or get a migraine or something if I go off. So I haven't been feeling it the last few days. I think it's because of candida. So I'm bringing home a fresh bottle of the natural probiotic. We have some of the growth hormone peptides I ran out of. Just chocolate chip.
He does not sell growth hormone peptides. He sells a growth hormone secretagogue.
Cookies, I have those at dessert every meal. Actually, haven't been eating as many cookies as I normally do. I just don't have the appetite. We're gonna try to have some breakfast. We usually don't eat breakfast. We usually skip breakfast, but these sausages, guys, are so delicious. I put so much effort into them. Everything, we use the highest quality organic ingredients. These breakfast sausages, we went for a classic breakfast sausage flavor. We use maple syrup, and sage. And there's a little thyme in there, there's a little rosemary, but the main thing that gives breakfast sausage its flavor is the sage herb. So we have that in there. A few secret ingredients. Not sure if we got to add all the secret ingredients because I usually forget to order things. But those are really delicious. I like that a lot. Very, very palatable. Very palatable breakfast sausage. Really delicious. Only person
He started selling peptides like a couple weeks ago or something.
business selling that quality breakfast sausage made with Iberico pork. It's a really, 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 really special product. And the fact that we're selling it at that price, I promise you any other business would be double or triple the price. I promise you. So as soon as you guys buy, I'm gonna lower the price on all the Amish pork because we're getting in some fresh pork this week from another farmer, which probably gonna be about the same, but maybe a little different. I just want to make sure that because we don't sell that much pork, I don't like combining the pigs. Like with the beef, we go through so much beef, beef is beef. The cows are different because we're doing local grass-fed beef, and depending on the breed, what type of grass it was eating, it's always different. It's always different. The pigs, though, because we don't sell, I guess the beef is somewhat consistent, though. Like, you can tell the difference week to week, but for the most part, especially on the ribeyes. Ground beef, not as much. But with the pork, since we don't sell that much, we do want to go through all of the pork and then restock it, which isn't ideal, but, maybe when we get, maybe when we're moving more than a few pigs a month, we can just keep it all mixed together, but I'd rather just do it separately right now. So I think that's everything. I got to put some things on the website. We got to make a lemon candy product. We got to make a maybe we'll add, I don't know if we're going to add, I think we'll add that as a flavor to the collagen crisp bars, but that pineapple sorbet, I'll have the potato chips up and running before the pasta machine, but we'll see. Got a lot of stuff to do, a lot of things to try to, I don't know how I thought, why I said let's make mozzarella sticks, but I did. So we got, the local fresh mozzarella from the farm. We're going to cut it up into sticks. Just flour, egg, breadcrumb on the mozzarella sticks. Going to be crazy. It's going to be really delicious. So that's cool because, we can just freeze them and then you guys can fry them or cook them however you want. But they're going to be raw. They're not going to be fried. I think most of the time when you buy mozzarella sticks from that are frozen, they were already fried at least once. We're not going to do that because, we don't, even if we had the facilities to fry mozzarella sticks, I feel like you could just throw them in a pan, like a ceramic green pan that's slightly non-stick, and just fry them in a pan, and that'll be like the same as the deep fryer pretty much. And there's no reason for us to do that because I don't know, it's just way easier on our end from a production standpoint to just sell them frozen and you can fry them or bake them or do whatever you want yourself. I'm just not sure how they'll turn out if you bake them when they haven't been pre-fried. So yeah, that's cool. We're gonna do mozzarella sticks, which kind of gets me thinking about, can we do chicken nuggets? I've thought about things like chicken nuggets and meatballs for a while. Maybe we'll try to get them done soon. We're always doing a lot of new products. We have a lot of stuff to do. I think meatballs are it's like we should have done meatballs centuries ago. A nice beef and Iberico pork meatball, that'd be really cool. That'd be really cool. It's just a lot of work, you gotta, when doing this high quality stuff, you gotta order all the ingredients for it, get the recipe down, make sure it's good. But we have pretty much, the meatball's not too complicated because we have everything we need. We have the high quality sourdough breadcrumbs. We're gonna really start, we gotta bang out the first batch of hot dogs we make ourselves would be cool. The Iberico breakfast sausage is raw. The hot dogs are supposed to be smoked if we do make hot dogs. I'd rather keep the sausage raw to give people the option of doing whatever they want.
Oh, I have no idea how this guy has any customers at this point. He has horrible fucking reviews for his website, too.
A lot of it, and our smoker doesn't really cold smoke that well, but it can. I'm not really sure. I don't know if it has a cold smoke. I'm not sure what really temperature is in there when it's cold smoking. Let's do one thing. It's a hot smoker that we're trying to cold smoke in, so there's certain products that you need to be emulsified, like mortadella and hot dogs, so reach out to the company for parts for it.
Notice in his last short how he didn't bother cleaning his gay PR0N stained shirt, or just put on something else decent.
Since when do wildfires smell like burnt plastic?
Oh, yeah. He used to care about how he dressed and everything, and he used to, make sure his hair was done well and stuff. But, yeah, he just doesn't care anymore. Just wears shit, stupid, retarded clothes. Fucked up hair, doesn't groom himself well, skin looks all fucked up and disheveled, crazy dark circles under his eyes, and it looks like he's getting more injection fillers in his face, because his whole face looks swollen. His chin, lips definitely. Just looks fucked up and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Jay.
And they were like, this was discontinued 30 years ago. I was like, I could have guessed that one. Beaten up, but yeah, I think we could do the meatballs pretty easily. I'm not too worried about that. Maybe what we'll do is we'll sell meatball and meatball mix,
The meatballs will charge for the labor, and the mix we won't. So you can buy like 1 pound packages of meatball mix and form it yourself, which will be a little cheaper per pound, or we'll charge like $1 or $2 more a pound to form it into balls. In a jar of white tomato sauce, so all you have to do is like pour it on your spaghetti. Or, if we just use some molds I have already to make like cube shapes, and then the mozzarella sticks are one thing, and they are. Did I forget my pizza in there? The FDA and USDA have crazy requirements for food temp safety. I'd rather sell the meatball raw than be required to take it to 180 degrees, because if I sell you a raw meatball or a raw chicken nugget and you can cook it yourself, it's gonna be way more moist than me cooking it and you reheating it, basically. So there's that part of it too. But I mean, we don't do stuff legal anyway. Since we sell, well, technically it is legal, but because we're so small, because I'm selling directly to you as a direct online retail market, I can take my prime rib to whatever temperature I want and sell it to you. I'm not subject to those requirements because I'm not selling. If I tried to now, I can't sell my prime rib or my roast beef to a supermarket. I can't send it to somewhere and then sell it. If I sell directly to you, I can put my food at whatever, because how else would a restaurant cook a steak rare? They couldn't. Why is a restaurant allowed to cook a steak rare, but when you buy deli meat in the supermarket, it has to be cooked to hell and back? It's because
they found out if they don't, people would get sick and die.
Those FDA and USDA guidelines only apply to wholesale and distribution. It's probably something, well, there goes my pizza. Probably something most of you guys didn't know. So when I joke and say, oh, it's illegal, well, it would be illegal if someone had tried to make a product. Like if I tried to do that and sell it to Whole Foods, I couldn't. I could not, sell 135 degree chicken breast to Whole Foods, which is probably, chicken breast perfect temps probably around 140, which, is where the chicken or pork, or well, mainly chicken, you want chicken to be cooked all the way through, just barely. You want it to be all the pink cooked out. And if you can get the chicken to the point where all the pink is barely cooked out, you'll have the most delicious and moist chicken breast. The problem is...
Yes, nice medium rare chicken. I'm sure you won't get salmonella.
That's a really fine line of... If the chicken's even a tiny bit underdone or raw, it's kind of gross. It really ruins the culinary aspect of the dish. Pork is different. Pork, you can go a little lighter, but that's enough rambling. This is probably a 40-minute, 50-minute video at this point, but... despite my health issues, despite me being in bed most of the day, I mean, I almost have a headache right now, but I'm glad we're still able to do new stuff every week and to keep things going, and hopefully, I was hoping to have my own farm at this point, to be doing everything myself, milking the cows myself and all that stuff, but, sometimes things take a little longer. You guys got to call up Dr. Tufano and tell him to write in my fucking chat. You can end the video on that note.
Well, looks like Frank is still deranged and retarded, so no surprise there. So that's nice. Well, it is late. I ended up streaming later than I'd planned, just because workout and everything took longer than I thought it would, and I had to do a fuck ton of rehab work for my shoulder. My shoulder's getting better. It's not anywhere fucking near as bad as it was yesterday. It was fucking horrendous yesterday. So the shit I'm doing is working. Spent a lot of time doing some stretches, rotator cuff exercises. And I'm also taking Voltaren, putting it on the shoulder to get the inflammation down. That's working. I can move my arm around almost like a normal person without it clicking. I can move it up and down. Front is almost perfect. Rarely ever clicks now. Moving it here to reach my keyboard and then back, I'm still getting some cracking and popping, and it's still getting a little stuck in a weird way, but it's way, way better. Twice as good as it was yesterday. So hopefully just in the next few days it just clears up, and then I can go back to training normally. Ordered TB500 and Melanotan. So we'll have that tomorrow. And then hopefully the TB500 accelerates the healing as well. But I will be streaming tomorrow. We'll probably do some big Battletoads runs tomorrow. And I'll try my best to stream earlier. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Oh yeah, and I'll try to get that Greg Doucette video out tomorrow. That was shameless and fucking stupid. What